all day.
Enemy claims
Shit!
Zone C.
What the fuck?
Shut the enemy down. Zone C captured. Enemy claims Zone B. You captured Zone B. This is wonderful. Zone B lost.
Ah, fuck.
Five minutes remaining. Zone A lost.
Stop fucking moving everywhere. So,
Enemy claims Zone C.
what's it do with this series?
Zone C captured. zones are your life, Guardian. Keep fighting. You'll get it.
Where are we?
Strange.
What is this place? What's going on here? Give us a tour.
What?
Walk us around. I love the torches on the wall. Do they have champagne for breakfast for special occasions in your country? I don't have my passport. Thank you, young man. Let's see if this tastes like America. Okay, Alex, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I have an important question for you. Go ahead.
Of course, I'm Belarusian. So,
Oh, is that a thing?
yeah.
Belarusians like potatoes?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like going back.
Crystal. There's a mountaintop there in our complex. More mountains there. More mountains there that we can see.
Something special for you. Slain any gods lately? Experimenting with darkness is a dangerous path. I don't know that it is worth the risk. The traveler will see us through this. Experimenting with darkness is a dangerous path. I don't know that it is worth the risk. Any questions, dear? wish I could talk more, but I am working now after all.
Very medieval looking, I think. Look at that art up there. Are those Russian knights or British knights?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
I think they're Russian. I think they're bogatiers.
You're alive.
The wait is over. Get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with Google Gemini. Save a huge $760 with an eligible plan, now with double the network coverage
Why
on
they give me a
Vodafone.
fucking Ingrab?
Checking your mirrors and straightening up. That's it. Handbrake up.
Can't get out of the car to do your shopping? With Woolworths free direct to boot, we'll do it for you.
I think it's from plastic. Oh no, it's not.
Wow.
It's metal.
More knights?
Oh, there's
Wow.
like a relaxing
Even
room.
this tiny lobby here,
Yeah,
off to the side, this little quiet room has a fireplace.
and there's some books. What is this?
Whoa. Oh, wow. A check-in place for kids. One is wearing a coat, and one is one is. Whoa. Oh, wow. A check-in place for kids. One is wearing a coat, and one is not, because we just came down from the mountain valleys where it is cold, so cold, with snow, and now we've gotten off here in the tropics, and that's why one is wearing a coat and one is not, because one has taken off his coat already, and the other one has yet to do so. That's the temperature difference here. Cool, the elevator looks like a library. Got a happy old man clown drinking wine there. Now this side we can see the Olympic symbol. The carpet looks like stone. Aha! Oh my gosh!
Ура!
Medieval style bunk beds.
Whoa!
The view of the park comes with coffee and tea. Nice coat hooks. Holodelnik? Wow, refrigerator. Let's see what the bathroom looks like. Got a double door shower. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Double sink and a toilet.
Double.
Not a double toilet. So we have two rooms because our party is so big. Let's find out if the other room looks different.
Well,
It's got red colors. It has one less bed, so it's just like a couch bed. What's that?
Nothing, but we have the same in our room. I can show you.
Aha, a chest.
And look what I have on my bed. Well, I believe it's mine.
Oh wow,
And
so you can
I
open it
I
up.
can lock it.
Whoa, that is so cool.
Yeah.
Is that the way the kings and queens used to do it?
I don't know.
Nice closet space here. And for adults. Looks like old-fashioned style. And one for children. Good job, Maxine. Right on cue. So this place seems to be very child-friendly. I wonder, is it possible to stick the camera into it. Whoa, I can see the hall.
Tight but strong.
Yes, I
And we may
can
lift
see
our
the hall.
family for a week.
Are there any bad guys out there? I don't see them yet. Keep standing here though, maybe I'll find one. They have a glow-in-the-dark fire escape map. And I noticed on the bus they also had a glow-in-the-dark escape map that was bright and easy to see in the sun, but then turned glow-in-the-dark green when we were in the tunnel. Oh, Poja, девочка хочет шоколад.
You know, the only place you can watch footy live this Saturday is Fox Footy.
So here's what this place looks like at night. Pretty nice, I think. And those lights are slowly changing color. Or not, maybe they're quickly changing color. So the name of this place is Bogatia, which the best translation, which is not really a good one, would be night. Because I think from what I understand, a knight is like a royal person. And a bogatier is like a man of the people, like a farm working normal guy. But in the comments,
Can always rely on, someone who would protect people and the population in the village or whatever city.
but with superpowers.
Yes.
A map of the park. We're coming in the side entrance here. Check out the vines growing on this place. So, young man, I have an important question. Does this remind you of Disney World?
It's to have a castle and some slides there. Yeah.
All right, good. Well, remember what you said. I'll ask you when we're done. We'll see tomorrow if you still feel the same way. Russia has Star Wars figures.
The Batman or the white?
What you got here? They just opened dinner, just in time. So a little cold bar here. Maxine is eyeing. Desserts. Oh, this is for kids right here. This is a nice big dining hall with the appropriate decorations. Olivier salad. Russians love that. Oh, nice. We have hot food here. Very cool. We're the first ones here, but someone already grabbed some, looks like. Staff are eating pasta. What is it, Varia? Is that cilantro? Kinza? No, thank you. Do you guys, can you tell on camera how tasty it is? What is that? Beef meatballs. And Varia's eating potatoes. She likes potatoes.
Of course, I'm Belarusian, so.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Belarusians like potatoes?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like a common fact.
Looks like they have Russian and English, but the English is covered up a bit by the stanchion. So chicken broth. Svetlana, это молодец. Тебе нравится? We have desserts. Молодец. Тебе нравится? Svetlana, это молодец. Тебе нравится? We have desserts over here. Bread products.
Welcome. Right. Tea for tea.
The potatoes that Varia recommended. Varia, the Belarusian. They're cold.
Yeah.
my gosh, Christoph is so nice to his mother. She's gonna cry. He brought her a plate of food and she appreciates it. We went to a winter resort, and then we went to a summer resort, and now we're at a hotel.
The upgraded Soviet resort place had the best food.
I think you might be right, although it was my first experience, so
Yes.
my judgment may be clouded. I was like, wow, lots of yummy food here.
Yeah, it was a lot of food to pick from. It was all warm and nice and great, and free beer and free wine and stuff.
Christoph just got me a beautiful cappuccino. He's so nice.
This, I think, has the least good food out of all these places. There is really not much to choose from, and I think they have problems with their like heating machines because a lot of the food is cold.
It's true. The potatoes were a disappointment to your Belarusian lady friend here.
Yes, and I didn't like because chicken was also cold.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh. Interesting.
and you have to pay for the alcohol separately. But as Sveta pointed out, it's not a resort; it's just a hotel that has breakfast and dinner included.
And a giant theme park. in
And
the
a theme
back.
park, yes.
Oh, Boże, so это. Christoph got more than I would have let him get. He's been a bad boy. He got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Volsem. Volsem limon torti. Torti? Tarte. Tato. Tate. The Belarusian says you're wrong, Christoph. This is tasty. It's like a lemon meringue pie, like literally. I took you to a summer resort recently,
Yeah.
and a winter resort before that with Harry Potter, Voldemort, and stuff.
Hey!
Yeah.
This is not a resort, Sveta says. It's just a hotel with your mother, with buffet food and a theme park
Stop!
including. How does the food compare to your summer resort and your winter resort?
Well, I think that's the same. Just when we was with Harry Potter, we were there was like more kinds of juice,
Yes.
and here it's like only apple and
Orange.
yes, and two. Here there is no like газировка по-английски, да? Газировка как по-английски? And there is no lemonade here.
Ah, darn it. Thanks for your honest opinion.
Fuck!
What's that? So I just noticed this is a 6-story building, and we are on the 5th floor of this beautiful place. Someone ordering a meal for their room. I like these windows here at the end of the hall. Хорошо,
Хорошо. Это ежик.
Хорошо, я тебя вижу.
Team is pulling ahead.
What does that say?
Policeman?
Oh, wow. In Russian? Police?
Yes.
Interesting. And now I'm going to lay myself down to sleep. But before I do, let me give you a quick tour of the room. Notice the beautiful lampshade, the dark wood, the tiled walls, and head this way, the giant bed.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Christoph's upper bunk bed that opens, Maxine's lower bunk bed, and further around, we have the front door. And notice the crown molding at the ceiling. It looks like stonework. Continue on, we have beautiful cloth art hanging from the wall. Darn it, I should know the name of that. I've been in Russia too long now. Can't say it now. Keep rolling. No, we're going all the way around. Further, that's just a TV. No one cares about that. More art. Keep going. Keep going. You're being too slow now. All the way around. All the way around. Another lamp. Beautiful curtains. More stonework. And look, out the window. It's beautiful. It's amazing. And then back to me. Sorry guys, my cameraman is underage. And now I lay my head down to sleep. Good night.
Only one enemy is left. One minute left.
Oh wait, what the hell?
So our party is large enough that we had to get 2 rooms. One for the males here, the other one for the females. That's 6 people. One night with dinner and breakfast, you know, all you can eat, and then the free theme park access for today. And when you pay that full fee in rubles and break it down per person, it comes out to about $60 per person for this entire adventure for this part of the season, which is after the holiday, so it's not so crowded and the price is a little bit better. This is another side of the building. So people with these rooms have a view of this little square here. He likes chocolate. Do you need your key card? Press against this to press the number?
Yes.
We're going to floor 0, the floor that doesn't exist, but it will for us. What's this? Syringy. Pasta. So I've noticed that a lot of times in Russia, the buffets, the breakfast is also like dinner. The kids have chocolate muffins. Maxime likes the boiled, refrigerated beet chunks because he's been living in Russia for a long time. Ah, blini. Croissants. Christoph is making his father a cappuccino for him. Maxime is watching. It'll be ready in 75, 80, 90, and it's done 100%. Grab that for me, son. And we are creatures of habit. We're sitting back in the same spot. Nice view, though. Stained glass. Maxime has a balanced breakfast, and Christoph has nothing but Russian pancakes with Russian goo on them. And what is that goo called, Christoph?
In Russian, it's called Gushunka.
Gushunka, which is sweetened condensed milk. And I got some oatmeal, cappuccino, well, 2 cappuccinos. And I had them make an omelet for me, and I got some farsh, which is, you know, ground meat. And this is sirniki. It's like their cheesecake pancake. Where's Maxime? Where is he? What? So you see how thin their pancakes are, the crepes, the blinis. Very nice. It's only at the kids' table, but maybe I'll sneak and grab one.
Vodafone's just doubled its network coverage. To celebrate, get double data. That's a massive 100 gigs for just $39. Make your move to Vodafone.
Your opponents are weak. Show them a fight they cannot forget.
So Christoph ate like half a pancake and was done. So he let me try some of his. And I also had half a pancake and I was done. Oh wow, looks like they have champagne for breakfast. I got a dessert plate, not for me to eat the whole thing. I will sample it along with my family who is yet to arrive, except for my 2 younger sons who are strong and they got up early with me. Christoph actually made this tea for me with the lemon and everything. They have for free champagne for breakfast. The alcohol you get to pay for dinner outside of the champagne. I've noticed that in Russia they have champagne for breakfast for special occasions. So if you're on vacation, this is a special occasion. This is marble cake. This is carrot cake. I don't know what this is. This is something kefir, which is like a dairy product. This is lemon cake. And these are called jelly rolls. My teaspoon. Oh, so this is kind of like coming out like pudding. I don't know what that is. Tastes like the top of a cake. Maxime got some dessert. Is it healthy dessert, Christoph?
Just fruit.
Oh, dried fruit
Yes.
and gummies, it looks like.
No, it's not gummies. It's still fruit. Like, this is.
Oh, yeah, it's all dried fruit.
Yeah.
Fucking
Wow.
shit, bro.
Healthy boy, healthier than dad. I guess Maxime's the healthiest, and you and I are something else. I don't know.
I think mom is healthiest.
Someone has arrived. It's the
Мы в том же месте.
ladies.
Мы специально к вам видео шампанского прислали, чтобы быстрее, пока не...
Глазки, где глазки мои? Где глазки?
Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
So I see you got sirniki, fruit, and mayonnaise for breakfast.
It's not mayonnaise.
It's not? What is it?
Сметана.
К вам
Arrived.
You are starting a fight. Only one enemy is left. Round one. Your team stands tall. Take it now. Your team has the lead. Hold tight to it.
Fuck.
Only one enemy is left. Ha! That will teach them to stay out of your way. Here we go. Win this and you have won it all. One minute left.
Fuck.
Only one enemy is left. The match is yours. Celebrate. I will join you. You have proven yourself yet again. I can tell Osiris.
Why is that one win? You win. Whatever. Then you have a loss. cunts are fucking me.
You are back in the fight. 1 minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. The round is yours. Go, fight. Another round begins, and your team leads. Go. Only
Oh,
one
what
ally
the
is
fuck?
left. Is in their hands. The next round will be yours. Go. This is a battle in need of an end. See it through. Only one ally is left. Is in their hands.
How the
Don't
fuck?
let this slow you down. Try again. Opponent revived. Your opponent celebrated a lead. Crush their party. It is just you now.
Are you fucking
Fight
kidding
until
me?
you have nothing left.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The next round will be yours. Go. The other team leads. Let this motivate you. Only one ally is left. Is in their hands. This round is theirs. You can win the next. Match point. Guardians make their name on the brink of defeat.
I'm the fucking
Make
worst
yours
fucking
now.
PvP player in the fucking galaxy. What the fuck?
Only one enemy is left. 1 minute left, my friend. You are back in the fight. Only
Oh,
one ally is
fucking
left.
hell.
Is in their hands.
Fucking.
Next time, my friend. Next time. They say how big the book must fall for the next one to fly. I do not like it. It is good.
It's the
Мы в том же месте.
ladies.
Мы специально к вам видео шампанского прислали, чтобы быстрее, пока не... Шампанского прислали, чтобы быстрее, пока не...
Глазки, где глазки мои? Где глазки?
Good morning, darling.
Good morning.
So I see you got sirniki, fruit, and mayonnaise for breakfast.
It's not mayonnaise.
It's not? What is it?
Smetana.
Ah,
Sour cream.
okay. So, darling, tell
Mayonnaise
us.
and syrniki.
it is about a 10-minute walk from the center of the Olympic Park, or the Olympic Village that was built for the Olympics,
It's very close.
and probably also a 10-minute walk to the Black Sea,
Yeah. Yeah.
and maybe a 30-minute walk to the train station. So if people came here on vacation, they could take a taxi here, or they could just walk here, and they could just walk everywhere.
It's close to the airport, so it's probably 15 minutes to 20 minutes from the airport. Yeah, I'm a little bit sleepy because I stay up till 2 a.m. chatting with my friends.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I thought you were playing video games.
Oh, no, no.
So would you recommend this to tourists?
Oh, yeah, I love it so far. I like it.
This is not pudding. Christoph brought me a bowl of chocolate icing that I guess you could...
You are eager to begin. We see. So go then. Find him.
Fuck.
1 minute left, my friend.
Go like
Only
insta
one ally is
fuck.
left. Damn.
What
This
the
one was for your end.
fuck?
Next time, my friend. You're trailing. Put on your mean face, Guardian. Only one ally is left. Is it damn? This one was
What
for your
the
end.
fuck?
Next time, my friend. Your opponent celebrated a lead. Rush their party. It is just you now. Fine. You have nothing left.
Fucking hell.
You lost this round. Does not matter. Wins the next. Your opponent celebrated a lead. Rush their party.
How the fuck does this cunt kill me?
Your opponent took the round. Takes the next.
I was shooting him.
Match point. I have seen you come back from worse. This is easy.
Fuck's sake.
1 minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. You are back in the fight. You stand alone. Do not give up.
I was shooting at the fucker.
Next time, my friend. Next time. We cannot always win, but the Guardian must never give up. You.
Stick on your breadcrumbs.
That's definitely Nutella.
Okay, Christoph, go put it back. Alex is like, I got my breakfast. Oh yeah. 5 pounds of Nutella. He can't finish it. Vario will finish it for him.
Please?
Yeah.
Alex is going to eat as much as he can, so we're not embarrassed by the wait staff for wasting their food.
Wow, that does not look appetizing. That's not Nutella for sure.
It's not? What is it?
It's like
Oh, he's looking at you now.
Nutella knockoff.
Well, it's just like chocolate flavored peanut butter, right?
No, it's made out of nuts. Nutella. It's in the name.
Yeah, so is peanut butter.
Yeah, but it's not peanuts.
It tastes like chocolate flavored peanut butter.
No, it doesn't.
Feel like a king before we leave this room. Saris, boy prince, Sfera, just sit at my feet and growl.
Wanted to finish.
Wearing a microphone, Krista. It's a good thing to say while you're wearing a microphone, Krista.
Wait, you mean the same place?
They're gonna want it because I bit it. They're gonna wonder who bit it. What's going on here?
Wait, you mean the same place where we were yesterday?
Yes, exactly. But they don't know where I'm gonna put this in the video. Look like a. You're more like me.
Welcome to the trials of Osiris.
I'm about to fucking uninstall this fucking game. It's fucking boo. Fucking shit, cunt.
You. The other team will cry.
Fucking hell, they went. Oh my god, it's these cunts again.
Only one ally is left. He's in death.
Why the fuck am I versing these cunts?
Back in the fight.
Verse these cunts before. Fucking hell.
One ally is left. He's in death. This one was for your end. Next time, my friend.
God, you're a fucking hacker cunt. You fucking hacker fuck.
The other team leads. Let this motivate. Only one enemy is left. Only one ally is left. It is in their hands.
Fucking hell.
This one was for your end. Next time, my friend. The other team is pulling ahead. Stand in their way.
Motherfucking. Fucking. Fuck.
1 minute left, my friend. Only one ally is left. It is in their hands. Don't let this slow you down. Try again. Your opponent celebrated a lead. Crush their party.
Holy fuck, I got whacked.
Only one ally is left. It is in their hands. Don't let this slow slow you down. Try again. Opponent revived. Opposing team is looking to steal victory. Match point. One minute left, my friend. Only
Oh,
one
for
ally is
fuck's
left.
sake.
Dead. Your ally is back in the fight. Only one ally is left. Dead. Next time, my friend. Next time. Fall down, stand up. Fall down, stand up. This is the rhythm of Guardian's life. It is how we run.
Fucking trials are fucking bullshit. That's what it's fucking called.
I'm pissed. I'm crying.
How the fuck do you shut this fucking thing
That's
off?
4 boys. 3 more.
Alright, guys. Let's.
Why does it have to fucking...
Trials of Osiris. There is nothing but the arena. This match, this fight. Go! Only one ally is left. It is in their hands. This one was for your enemy. Next time, my friend. Behind does not mean peace. I know this. Soon you will as well. One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left.
What the fuck? How does that one fucking...
You are back in the fight. Your enemies are down. Tie? No, no, no tie. You will break this tie, I know. One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Ha! That will teach them to stay out of your way.
This game is fucking shit.
Turn this lead into a victory,
I
God.
don't play this
Nothing can stop you.
fucked up thing. This fucking OP mode and shit.
Only one enemy is left. Your enemies are down.
I was gonna ambush him. But whatever.
Let us see what you can do with a lead like this. Only one ally
Fuck.
is in their hands. 1 minute left, my friend.
Ah.
Your team has fallen. You can stand back up. Opponent revived. Your team is in the lead. Do not relent.
What the where the fuck did that come from?
Is left. It's in their hands. Only one enemy is left. Your enemies are down. You are back in the fight. Here we go. Win this and you have won it all.
What the...
One minute left, my friend.
Wow. Fucking cunt.
Only one enemy is left. Only one ally is left. It's in their hands. Opponent revived. Only one enemy is left. 30 seconds left. Your ally is back in the fight. The match is me join you. You crushed them. We will not forget this fight. I will fight.
So does that mean my fucking thing is done? Let's see this shit, I guess. Fucking, I don't know. Thing is, can we go to the lighthouse? Or... Isn't it you have to win all the time? You can't fucking lose once. I've lost like
Trials of Osiris.
Oh, it's these cunts again. Aim gods here, ready, boom.
Guard, you will pick up fallen friends and put down smug opponents. Only one enemy is left. 1 minute left, my friend.
How the fuck?
Good. Only their ghosts remain. Okay, bring them back and let's do it again.
I shoot the cunt and it fucking doesn't fucking...
You are leading. This is your fight now. Opponent revived. One minute left, my friend. Only one enemy is left. Your ally is back in the fight. Opponent revived. 30 seconds left. Your team tore through them like wild animals.
Stop it!
You are in the lead. I am not surprised. Only
How
one
I
ally is
fucking
left.
revived?
Damn.
Can't, what?
Don't let this slow you down. Try again. Let us see what you can do with a lead like this.
Wait, someone left from their team.
Only one enemy is left.
Oh.
Punch hooligan.
It's more like 2 versus 1.
You
I I don't exist. It's still 2 versus 1. I'm shit, bro.
Only one enemy is left. Opponent crushed. Do it again.
I just fucking got here.
Here we go. Win this and you have won it all. Only one enemy is left.
Fucking send it. Where did you go?
The match is yours. Celebrate. I will join you. Call shots. Yes, call it.
Sorry, I'm so shit. World shittest player. Yeah. Oop. I went next. Fucking I. Do 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 do.
So with Act 2, we got a new vendor reward track in the Path of
Well, I want this serious regime, motherfucker! That's one gun I want. That is the gun.
Welcome to the trials of Osiris.
Don't turn away. Know when and how to report child sexual abuse.
Every Saturday, get more bang for your buck with Domino's Super Saturday. Just buy one large traditional or premium pizza and get another pizza from just $1. That's right, buy one, get one from just $1. Super Saturday, only at Domino's.
Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Kia ora, and good afternoon, everyone. What an absolute honour it is to stand on this stage to inaugurate this august dialogue with none other than the Honourable Prime Minister Modi. My good friend, can I say thank you so much for generously welcoming me to India and for our very warm discussions that we had this morning. I'm a great admirer of your extraordinary achievements as Prime Minister, as you know. In the almost 11 years that you've occupied the Prime Minister's office, you have weathered the COVID storm and still managed to expand India's economy by 50%. You have lifted 250 million of your countrymen out of poverty and eliminated extreme poverty. And today, India is at the leading edge of technology with massive innovative potential. You were the first country to land on the moon's south pole, and in the process drawing the world's attention to India's extraordinary technological prowess. And Prime Minister, during your tenure, the men in blue have been the most dominant side in cricket's white ball competitions, most recently winning the Champions Trophy last week in Dubai against my men in black. Yes. And breaking many, many New Zealanders' hearts in the process, including mine, but I will be the bigger person and just say congratulations. Among this catalogue of achievements is the reason that we gather today, the Raisina Dialogue, a forum that provides a moment every year for thought leaders from across the world to focus their collective minds on the contemporary strategic challenges being navigated right here in the Indian Ocean. And I applaud Dr. Jaishankar and Samir Saran for the intellectual leadership that they have shown driving this dialogue over the past 10 years. It has grown into a hugely influential forum. And look no further than the luminaries that you attract. 6 former heads of government and ministers from over 30 countries and representation from so many more here today. And I just hope that my remarks today add to the debate in some small way.
Like, what the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is more than 200 years since Indians and New Zealanders began living side by side. At the beginning of the 19th century, well before we became a nation, Indian sailors jumped ship in New Zealand, with some meeting up with locals and marrying into our indigenous Māori tribes. And a few years later, Māori traders began travelling to Kolkata to sell tree trunks used in sailing ships and exchange their echoes down the ages. And just as they were 200 years ago, Kiwi Indians today are fully integrated into our multicultural society. New Zealanders of Indian heritage comprise 11% of the people living in Auckland, our biggest city. And I've brought with me to New Delhi a selection of the Kiwi Indian community leaders, members of parliament, captains of industry, yes, professional cricketers, and even an online influencer who has revolutionised investment for women the world over. In short, a selection of Kiwi Indians who get up each and every single morning to make New Zealand a better place to live. And our trade has diversified considerably from wood thanks to the increased sophistication of your economy. India today is a critical source of pharmaceuticals and machinery for us, while we are a great tourism and education destination for you. And India has become an ever more significant feature of our society. And yet, while there has much that has been developed and changed, there has been something missing at the core of our relationship. With a country as consequential as India, we need rich political interaction, engaged militaries, strong economic architecture, and connections that support a diaspora that bridges between our two great nations. Prime Minister Modi and I sat down today and we charted out the future of our two countries' relationship, a future that builds from where we have been and one that is wholly more ambitious about what we will do together in the future. We agreed to our defence forces building greater strategic trust with one another while deploying together and training together more. We want our scientists collaborating on global challenges like climate change and on commercial opportunities like space. We are supporting our businesses to improve air links and build primary sector cooperation. We will facilitate students and young professionals and tourists
I
to
get like
move between
insta
our two
fucking.
countries. And we've instructed our trade negotiators to get on and negotiate a comprehensive free trade agreement between our two great nations. A comprehensive agenda to underpin a comprehensive relationship. And as we both look to the future, the opportunity for both of our governments is to sustain that momentum. Not only to follow through on the commitments that we have made to one another, but to proactively build on that platform by exploring new opportunities and creating new architecture. To ensure that we are creating strategic trust and commercial connection between two countries at the bookends of our wider Indo-Pacific region. Ladies and gentlemen, it is to the Indo-Pacific that I now turn, and there are many reasons to be excited about our region, and I want to single out the two biggest opportunities. First, India and New Zealand are fortunate enough to live in the world's most economically dynamic region. The Indo-Pacific will represent 2/3 of global economic growth over the coming years. And by 2030, it will be home to 2/3 of the world's middle-class consumers. And India itself lies at the heart of this exciting economic future. And it's easy to focus on the troubles the world faces, but it's worth reflecting for a moment on what economic development at this scale means at a human level. Here in India, you've gone from only the very few in rural areas having a water or power connection to almost everyone. And that means that people have better health and education outcomes, and that in turn creates hope and optimism about the future for individuals and their families. Replicated across literally hundreds of millions of people, that process of development generates dynamic economies. Growth that offers massive opportunities for every country in the Indo-Pacific region and the families and the individuals within them. Now, the second big opportunity is technological change. We are on the cusp of a transformation of our economies and societies in a way that we can barely now imagine. I'm talking about artificial intelligence, which is within reach of achieving the cognitive powers of a human being. But I'm also thinking of a range of other technologies, quantum, biotech, advanced manufacturing, that are going to have profound impacts on our economies. And it has felt like this technological transformation has been long heralded, but never quite arrived. Well, it seems to me that a series of innovations, the always online world, big data, powerful computing, machine learning, accumulating in ways that are going to tip over into a dislocation that is new and altogether different. The game is about to change because we are on the cusp of an explosion in the application of AI, a technology that will have an impact across the whole economy, not just in one or two sectors, a technology that will transform the way that we work, the way that we study, and the way that we entertain ourselves, a technology that will force governments to think in entirely different ways about how they deliver public services and secure their nations. And certainly this presents risks that will need to be managed. For example, militaries are already using AI, which means the international community is going to need to develop new norms about how this is done in a way that ensures compliance with the rules of war and also ensures human responsibility in conflict. But my message is that while we need to manage that change, we cannot allow ourselves to be paralysed by the risks. For those who believe that they can outcompete through this period of technological disruption and dislocation, the opportunities are there. The citizens, the companies, and the countries that embrace the coming change will be the ones that reap the dividends. Yet there's also no doubt that there are fundamental trend lines in the Indo-Pacific that present geostrategic risks to both growth and prosperity. And these have long-term drivers that are not going away and have been amplified by recent events. Past assumptions that underpin the previous generation's geopolitical calculations are being totally upended. A fortnight ago, the Singaporean Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan put this change very eloquently when he said, "The world is now shifting from unipolarity to multipolarity, from free trade to protectionism, from multilateralism to unilateralism, from globalization to hypernationalism, from openness to xenophobia, and from optimism to anxiety." This is a global change, not isolated to one region. And certainly though we live today in an Indo-Pacific navigating contest and rivalry with a period of strategic uncertainty, I think there are three big shifts that make for challenging times for all of us ahead. The first is that we are seeing rules giving way to power. Previously, we could count on countries respecting the UN Charter, the law of the sea, and world trade rules. That sadly cannot be assumed in an age of sharper competition. And instead, we risk dangerous miscalculation at flashpoints, and these range from the militarization of disputed reefs to dangerous air movements, from land border incursions to breakout nuclear capabilities. And of course, it's not just flashpoints, but a slow shift in Indo-Pacific realities that change calculations. Recent demonstrations of naval force near New Zealand's maritime surrounds, for example, sent a signal that alarmed many of my fellow citizens. Second, we are witnessing a shift from economics to security. Because after the Cold War, the dominant paradigm in relations between Indo-Pacific countries was a sustained effort to raise the material living standards by tending to our economies. And make no mistake, bread and butter issues still loom very, very large and are a priority for governments all around the region. And indeed, economic growth is my government's highest priority too. But across the Indo-Pacific, we also see governments dedicating increased attention and resource to military modernisation. Military build-ups reflect a need to prepare against uncertainty and against insecurity. And some military build-ups, however, are underway without the reassurance that transparency brings. National security demands are expanding. Governments need to protect their people and assets against foreign interference, cyber attacks and terrorism. In the last few months, a new threat has emerged with damage to critical infrastructure like subsea cables. Well, you can't have prosperity without security, not least when the tools of commerce themselves require protection. The third big geo-economic shift, as I see it, is from efficiency to resilience. Where previously Indo-Pacific economies saw even deeper interdependence as a dynamo for growth, that can no longer be assumed in an age of decoupling. Onshoring, protectionism and trade wars are displacing best price, open markets and integrated supply chains. And so we find ourselves in a world that is growing more difficult and more complex, and especially so for smaller states. However, we must engage with the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. And so like most countries across the region, New Zealand's strategic policy is being shaped by our assessment of these trends. We have agency to shape the Indo-Pacific that we all want, but we must do so with energy and with urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, as New Zealand looks to protect and advance our interests in the Indo-Pacific, we can only do so alongside partners like India that have a significant role to play in the Indo-Pacific region. In an increasingly multipolar world, India's size and geostrategic heft gives you autonomy. At the same time, your democratic partners in the Indo-Pacific offer you a force multiplier for our convergent interests. For at a time when democracy is in decline with less than half the world's adults electing their leaders, it truly is an inspiration that 650 million Indians turned out to vote last year in the largest election in history. Your national election is a triumph of logistics, but it's also a triumph of legitimacy. An election that means your leaders serve their people rather than your people serving their leaders. Now, I don't advocate arbitrary divisions between democracies and autocracies, and just because we are democracies, we won't always see eye to eye. Nonetheless, there's truth in the fact that our democratic governance means that we share a belief in the freedom to choose, giving everyone a voice and respect for the rules. Our interests increasingly converge around seeing three ideas as an aligned set of organising principles for our Indo-Pacific region. And the first is that we want to live in an Indo-Pacific where countries are free to choose their own path, free from interference. A region where no one country comes to dominate. And it is a sign of the times that I have to stand here defending respect for sovereignty, yet New Zealand's approach is increasingly shaped around that objective. Just on Saturday, I joined a call led by Prime Minister Starmer focused on what more those contributing to Ukraine's defence can do to support a just and lasting peace. to help a country whose sovereignty and territorial integrity has been so flagrantly attacked. And in my own home region, our fellow Pacific neighbours are navigating geostrategic dynamics that are their sharpest in nearly 80 years. And in a deeply contested world, Pacific partners are being asked to make choices that may undermine their national sovereignty. They risk falling into over-indebtedness. They must make choices about dual-use infrastructure, and they face pressure to enter new security arrangements. New Zealand invests in working alongside Pacific countries to boost their capacity to make independent choices free from interference. Yet size alone cannot inoculate a country from these dynamics. Building strong and diversified relationships is the key to mitigating the risk of dependence on a few. And that is why my government is investing in our key relationships, from traditional partners to thickening and deepening our relationships across Southeast Asia, and in a serious way with India too. And we have a responsibility to invest in our own security as a down payment on our future ability to choose our own path. And that is why New Zealand will be scaling up and doing more to support our own defence. We plan to better resource and equip our defence force to ensure that we can continue to defend our interests, whether in our near region, in our alliance with Australia, or in support of collective security efforts with partners like India. Alongside this investment in capability, we're making tangible contributions across the Indo-Pacific. When I was in Japan last year, for example, I saw firsthand the work of our aviators and what they do to detect and deter North Korea's sanctions-busting activities. The New Zealand Navy is leading Combined Task Force 150, responsible for multinational activities to protect trade routes and counter smuggling, piracy and terrorism in the Indian Ocean and Gulf of Aden. We are fortunate indeed that India has agreed to take up the deputy command. And underlining these naval connections, one of our frigates, Takaha, is in Mumbai later this week. But as we seek an Indo-Pacific in which countries are free to choose their own path, I'm determined that New Zealand plays its role, whether through our work with Pacific Island partners, our relationship in the Indo-Pacific, or through our own defence efforts. Now, the second principle both India and New Zealand subscribe to is the criticality of Indo-Pacific regional institutions, even as these evolve. Regional architecture scaffolds our region's security and its prosperity. ASEAN continues to promote regional peace and economic development through its convening power and its centrality. It also provides a place for the region's players to come together to discuss strategic issues. ASEAN sits at the centre of the East Asia Summit, which for 20 years now has enabled political dialogue across the region, a forum that builds understanding, like this one, that reduces the risk of miscalculation and contributes to strategic trust. Yet the Indo-Pacific architecture is not static as it adapts to new realities, and many lateral groupings are important new pieces of the puzzle. The Quad has emerged as an important vehicle promoting an open, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. And India's contribution to that evolution, of course, has been vital. And while New Zealand has no pretensions to Quad membership, we stand ready to work with you to advance Quad initiatives. We ourselves are strengthening our work with Japan and the Republic of Korea, as well as Australia. And last year I convened the Indo-Pacific Four to discuss Ukraine and North Korea. And with serious headwinds buffeting the global trade system, New Zealand has seriously invested in Indo-Pacific trade and economic integration groupings. From the CPTPP, the gold standard of FTAs and internationally, through to the RCEP, perhaps the world's most inclusive agreement. And we welcome India's engagement in the regional economic architecture with our work together in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, important in an area in which we seek to build one another's resilience. And the third Indo-Pacific principle that we align around is a region in which respect for the rules is foundational. Globally, rules are being undermined, whether those around territorial integrity, freedom of navigation, or laws of war. Yet these are the very rules that preserve an Indo-Pacific order that is not might is right alone. And as I've said before, there is no prosperity without security. The rules that underpin our security also allow our businesses to operate with great certainty, and those rules deliver daily in meaningful ways for our people and our populations. For example, 1 in 4 jobs in New Zealand rely on exports, and our exporting businesses being able to depend on the predictability that those rules deliver.
I get fucking
And in a miracle that's only possible thanks to globally accepted aviation standards, 120,000 flights carry 12 million passengers and operate safely between their destinations each and every day. These rules shape the character of our region. We must remain committed to this rules-based system, even while acknowledging its very shortcomings. And it is a truism that the world of 2025 is vastly different from 1945, and our global institutions sadly have been way too slow to adapt. We're not talking about starting over by remaking the global order. Instead, I tend to agree with Dr. Jaishankar when he says that we want an order in which change is evolutionary at a pace that is comfortable and steady. And that's why New Zealand supports reforming global governance frameworks to better reflect today's realities. Rather than casting them aside, they should give greater voice to the developing world and underrepresented regions. Countries like India, that plays such a central role in the global community, should have a seat at the table. And we've therefore long advocated and supported India having a permanent seat on a reformed UN Security Council. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been truly a privilege to speak with you today at this important forum for global dialogue. The geostrategic picture I've painted is quite stark. Rules are giving way to power, economics to security, and efficiency to resilience. And the tectonic shifts unfolding highlight that we, working alongside partners and friends, must navigate disruption, uncertainty, and sharpening pressure on our national interests. Yet we will not be overwhelmed by complexity and challenge. We must go forward with great confidence. We live at the heart of the world's most exciting and dynamic region, the Indo-Pacific. We live in an era of technological transformation that offers outsized opportunities. And we are countries with solid underlying democratic institutions in the region, and its future will be shaped by the choices that we all make together. Thank you. Ngā mihi nui.
The wait is over. Get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra with Google Gemini. Save a huge $760
Sports New Zealand of Government of New Zealand. This will be exchanged on the New Zealand side by Honourable Mark Mitchell, Minister for Ethnic Communities and Minister of Sports and Recreation New Zealand, and Dr. S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister. Horticulture between the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare of India and the Ministry of Primary Industry, Minister for Trade and Investment, Commerce and Industry. I would request Minister Macleay to continue. We next have the exchange of letter of intent on forestry between the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India and the Ministry of Primary Industries of New Zealand. This will be exchanged on the New Zealand side by Minister Macleay and on the Indian side by Professor S.P. Baghel, Minister of Steel in Ministry of Forestry, Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Ministry of Panchayati Raj.
What the fuck? Got one shot.
Thank you, Ministers. We next have the exchange of Memorandum of Understanding on Defence Cooperation between Ministry of Defence, Government of Republic of India and New Zealand Ministry of Defence, New Zealand Defence Force. This will be exchanged on the New Zealand side by Rear Admiral Garen Golding, Chief of Navy, and on the Indian side by Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Defence Secretary. We next have the exchange of Authorized Economic Operator Mutual Recognition Agreement between the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs of India and the New Zealand Customs Service. This will be exchanged on the New Zealand side by Ms. Christine Stevenson, Comptroller of New Zealand Customs Service, and on the Indian side by Shri Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary.
Your opponent celebrated the lead. Rush their part.
Dude got double
Last
shot.
but not least, we have the exchange of Education Cooperation Agreement between the Ministry of Education of Republic of India and the Ministry of Education of New Zealand.
How the
This
fuck
will
did
be
you get
exchanged
double
on the
kill?
New Zealand side by His Excellency Patrick Rata, High Commissioner of New Zealand to India, and on the Indian side by Shri Jaideep Majumdar, Secretary East, Ministry of External Affairs.
Dude, fucking insecure.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the exchange ceremony. I now request spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs to conduct the remainder of the proceedings.
Namaskar, good afternoon. The Right Honourable Christopher Luxon, Prime Minister of New Zealand, Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honourable Ministers and members of both delegations, distinguished guests and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, प्रधानमंत्री लक्षण, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के सभी साथी, नमस्कार। किया हो रहा। मैं प्रधानमंत्री लक्षण और उनके प्रतिनिधिमंडल का भारत में हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री लक्षण भारत से लंबे समय से जुड़े हुए हैं। कुछ दिन पहले ऑकलैंड में होली के रंगों में रंगकर उन्होंने जिस तरह उत्सव का माहौल बनाया, वह हम सब ने देखा। प्रधानमंत्री लक्षण के न्यूजीलैंड में बसने वाले भारतीय मूल के लोगों के प्रति लगाव को इस बात से भी देखा जा सकता है कि उनके साथ एक बड़ा कम्युनिटी डेलीगेशन भी भारत आया है। उन जैसे युवा, ऊर्जावान और प्रतिभाशाली लीडर का इस वर्ष रायसीना डायलॉग का मुख्य अतिथि होना हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने अपने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर विस्तृत चर्चा की। हमने अपनी रक्षा और सुरक्षा साझेदारी को मजबूत और संस्थागत रूप देने का निर्णय लिया है। जॉइंट एक्सरसाइज, ट्रेनिंग, पोर्ट विजिट्स के साथ साथ रक्षा उद्योग जगत में भी आपसी सहयोग के लिए रोड मैप बनाया जाएगा। हिंद महासागर में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी के लिए कंबाइंड टास्क फोर्स 150 में हमारी नौसेनाएं मिलकर काम कर रही है और हमें प्रसन्नता है कि न्यूजीलैंड की नौसेना का जहाज 2 दिन में मुंबई में पोर्ट कॉल कर रहा है। फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच एक परस्पर लाभकारी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट पर नेगोशिएशन शुरू करने का निर्णय लिया गया है। इससे आपसी व्यापार और निवेश के पोटेंशियल को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। डेयरी, फूड प्रोसेसिंग और फार्मा जैसे क्षेत्रों में आपसी सहयोग और निवेश को प्रोत्साहित किया जाएगा। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी और क्रिटिकल मिनरल क्षेत्रों में आपसी सहयोग को हमने प्राथमिकता दी है। फॉरेस्ट्री और हॉर्टिकल्चर में संयुक्त रूप से काम किया जाएगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री के साथ आए बड़े बिजनेस डेलीगेशन को भारत में नई संभावनाओं को देखने और समझने का अवसर मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, क्रिकेट हो, हॉकी या माउंटेनियरिंग, दोनों देशों के बीच खेलों में पुराने संबंध हैं। हमने स्पोर्ट्स में कोचिंग और खिलाड़ियों के एक्सचेंज के साथ-साथ स्पोर्ट्स साइंस, साइकोलॉजी और मेडिसिन में भी सहयोग पर बल दिया है और वर्ष 2026 में दोनों देशों के बीच खेल संबंधों के 100 साल मनाने का निर्णय लिया गया है। फ्रेंड्स, न्यूजीलैंड में रहने वाला भारतीय समुदाय न्यूजीलैंड में सामाजिक और आर्थिक विकास में सकारात्मक योगदान दे रहा है। हमने तय किया है कि स्किल्ड वर्कर्स की मोबिलिटी उसको सरल बनाने और इलीगल माइग्रेशन से निपटने के लिए एक समझौते पर तेजी से काम किया जाएगा। यूपीआई कनेक्टिविटी, डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन और टूरिज्म बढ़ाने पर भी बल दिया जाएगा। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में हमारे पुराने संबंध हैं। हम न्यूजीलैंड की यूनिवर्सिटीज को भारत में कैंपस खोलने के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम दोनों एक मत हैं। चाहे 15 मार्च 2019 का क्राइस्ट चर्च आतंकी हमला हो या 26 नवंबर 2008 का मुंबई हमला, आतंकवाद किसी भी रूप में अस्वीकार्य है। आतंकी हमलों के दोषियों के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई आवश्यक है। आतंकवादी, अलगाववादी और कट्टरपंथी तत्वों के खिलाफ हम मिलकर सहयोग करते रहेंगे। इस संदर्भ में न्यूजीलैंड में कुछ गैर कानूनी तत्वों द्वारा भारत विरोधी गतिविधियों को लेकर हमने अपनी चिंता साझा की। हमें विश्वास है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Mumbai. I was also pleased to witness the agreement of the new bilateral defence cooperation arrangement with India that reflects our ambition to enhance defence cooperation and adds an important new dimension to our strategic engagement. The Prime Minister and I have also announced that New Zealand will be
We told you about the ongoing state visit. New Zealand's Prime Minister Christopher Luxon is in India. He has come with the largest ever Kiwi delegation, and his mission is clear: to get the ball rolling on free trade negotiations with India.
I think you're seeing an Indian government that's been incredibly generous and very, very welcoming to New Zealand. And it speaks to the way that they also want to deepen this relationship in the same way we have brought the biggest delegation that's ever accompanied a Prime Minister. We've brought a business delegation, we've brought a community delegation, a Kapahaka team, because we actually want to make this as big as it possibly can be, because the size of the prize is immense. And actually what it's all about, it's about actually getting cash back into Kiwis' pockets. And we do that by growing our economy and expanding our trade opportunities. That's important.
He held talks with Prime Minister Modi about this, and they seem to have gone well.
फ्रेंड्स, दोनों देशों के बीच एक परस्पर लाभकारी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट पर नेगोशिएशन शुरू करने का निर्णय लिया गया है। इससे आपसी व्यापार और निवेश के पोटेंशियल को बढ़ावा मिलेगा।
So it looks like Prime Minister Luxon got what he came for. It isn't a done deal yet, but free trade negotiations are set to begin. There was also another area of cooperation, and that is defense, and that too has got a shot in the arm.
Friends, आज हमने अपने द्विपक्षीय संबंधों के विभिन्न पहलुओं पर विस्तृत चर्चा की। हमने अपनी रक्षा और सुरक्षा साझेदारी को मजबूत और संस्थागत रूप देने का निर्णय लिया है। जॉइंट एक्सरसाइज, ट्रेनिंग, पोर्ट विजिट्स के साथ-साथ रक्षा उद्योग जगत में भी आपसी सहयोग के लिए रोड मैप बनाया जाएगा।
The defense and security collaborations are long overdue. Both nations have a common adversary in China, so it makes sense that they come together and collaborate on defense. As for security, we know that terrorism is a global menace, so security and intelligence cooperation are paramount. But when it comes to India and New Zealand, there's also another threat, the spectre of Khalistani separatism. And we mentioned this yesterday as well, how Khalistani elements in New Zealand could complicate these conversations with India. The issue does not seem to have derailed progress, but it did come up.
आतंकवादी, अलगाववादी और कट्टरपंथी तत्वों के खिलाफ हम मिलकर सहयोग करते रहेंगे। इस संदर्भ में न्यूजीलैंड में कुछ गैर कानूनी तत्वों द्वारा भारत विरोधी गतिविधियों को लेकर हमने अपनी चिंता साझा की। हमें विश्वास है कि इन सभी गैर कानूनी तत्वों के खिलाफ हमें न्यूजीलैंड सरकार का सहयोग आगे भी मिलता रहेगा।
The message is clear. New Zealand should rein the Khalistanis in. And remember, Khalistanis do not speak for all Sikh people. They're a bunch of foreign-based separatists who do not represent the ambitions of Sikh people in India. Prime Minister Modi might have been trying to drill that point home yesterday when he took Prime Minister Laksan to the Gurudwara Rakabganj Sahib in Delhi. There he lauded the Sikh community for their commitment to service and humanity. It was clearly a way to differentiate Sikh people from the Khalistanis. But the question is, has Laksan understood the difference? Will he go back and bring the Khalistanis to heel? I asked him about this earlier today in an exclusive interview. Here's a part of that conversation.
You know, the only place you can watch footy live this Saturday is Fox Footy.
Welcome to India, and thank you very much for making time for First Post.
Oh, well, it's been a fantastic visit so far, and it's a great chance to sit down with you and talk about a few issues, which is great.
You know, you've been making headlines in India well before you landed here with your Holi video and so on. What can you tell us about your meetings so far in India? This is a pretty important visit, I understand, your first as Prime Minister here.
Yeah, look, it is a really important visit, and it's been an absolutely fantastic visit. I think with meeting Prime Minister Modi, you and I have hit it off very well, and we've got very similar approaches to what we're trying to achieve with our people and our populations. But also our ministerial engagements from top to top have been really great. And I guess we just see that India and New Zealand are two countries that should be much, much closer, and we want to deepen and broaden that relationship. So no, it's been fantastic, and I've brought the largest delegation that's ever accompanied a New Zealand Prime Minister overseas, and it has business leaders and it has community leaders and also our Indigenous Kapahaka Māori performing arts team as well. So no, we're having a lot of fun. We're seeing a lot of people, and we're learning a lot in the process as well, which will help us set up for the future that we want to see between these two great countries.
Sounds great. And you've been saying that you love India. What is it particularly about India that excites you? And you say that both countries should be closer, although they're geographically, 12,000 kilometers apart?
Yeah, well, look, it's a fantastic country. I actually got exposed to India probably in my mid-20s when I worked for a company called Unilever, and we had a very big business here, Hindustan Lever. So I got to know India really well, and also had huge respect for the talent that came out of India. And obviously I saw that operate all around the business world in my former career as a business person. So, it's just so dynamic, it's so innovative, there's lots of really smart people. I'm just a huge admirer of the progress that has happened, even from when I came here in my mid-20s to when I come, almost 30 years later. It's just the progress is phenomenal. And when you think about, as I said yesterday, 250 million people lifted out of poverty, it's not just a statistic. It's actually what does that represent for the individual or for the family that now has a different set of choices about how they get to live their life. And so, that's what our job is as political leaders, is to create the opportunities for our people so that they get to live a better life. And whether you're in New Zealand or India, it's the same challenge. And so, I think it's a fantastic country. And, the reality now is in a multipolar world, India is a really significant regional and global player. Certainly the size of the economy, the population, yes, that's one thing. And obviously we have a very big diaspora. So from New Zealand's point of view, it's critical to our security, it's critical to our prosperity, it's critical to our future society. So it's just a great relationship with so much potential, and also two countries that actually like each other and have for a long time. But actually we really need to put the car, as I say, from neutral into gear and actually get it moving.
Yes, and 30 years is 30 years is a very long time. If you've seen the transformation of India, well, you know how much. Yes, it has been incredible, absolutely. How do you describe your relationship with Prime Minister Modi and his approach to foreign policy?
Yeah, look, really warm. I think we've got a very strong personal relationship. I really enjoy his company. I think we think very similarly about what our objectives and what our goals are and how we deliver the program and get results for people. I think that's how I think about politics, and I think he thinks very similarly. And in terms of, both recognizing that actually there's complementarity in this relationship. There are things that we can offer each other that I think are pretty special. And so, we want to deepen up our defense and security ties. You've seen us announce that we want to deepen up our economic and trade ties as well. And we want stronger people-to-people connections. And so, we spent quite a bit of time in our bilateral just talking about the opportunities that exist.
Go to the left.
Example, in education and in sport, that actually gets those connections working between our two societies in a much better way. So, I just think there's a lot of opportunity for both of us. And we think very similarly about wanting peace and security in the region, because actually it's through the security that we end up being able to deliver the prosperity that we want to deliver for our people.
Prime Minister Luxon, you've said in the past that, and I'm quoting again, India is very much aligned with New Zealand on security and defense. And New Delhi has raised concerns in the recent past vis-a-vis the Khalistani separatists that operate in New Zealand. And last year, they also held a referendum that talked about breaking up the state of Punjab from India. The government of India, of course, objected to it. How do you propose to address these concerns?
Well, the bottom line is that in our democracy, we believe in the freedom of speech. We have very clear, we expect that speech to be legal, compliant, and we have police that actually enforce our law and make sure that law is being upheld. So from our point of view, we expect people to be able to voice protest. We just want it done legally, and they are entitled to do so under freedom of speech, as you would expect in a good liberal democracy. But it's also important that the law is upheld and maintained, and where we see that is not the case. Obviously, our police over a number of decades have continued to enforce those laws, and so and make sure that it is legal and it is appropriate. But that's what I expressed very strongly to Prime Minister Modi and what I've said publicly and privately.
Are you dreaming of a way to earn money on your own terms without starting a business? You are not alone. Millions of people are desperately searching for legitimate remote work options. This isn't about becoming an entrepreneur or building a complicated business. It's about having a simple, flexible, part-time income stream.
If the Al-Qaeda or the ISIS were to hold a referendum, if organizations like the Al-Qaeda or ISIS were to hold a referendum in New Zealand about something related to one of your Western partners, would you say the same?
Well, again, the key thing for us is that we have very well-defined laws in our democracy around the freedom of speech, and we expect people to be compliant with those laws, that they have a complete right to protest, but they have to do so in a way that is legal. And when it's not the case, that's when our police, we have huge respect for, that do an excellent job in New Zealand of enforcing our laws. It's important that they're upheld. And so it's as simple as that for us. It's very much a case of we expect people to exercise their protest. They're entitled to do so in a democracy. That's important. But equally,
wait, can I go again, or do I have to do the whole
fucking
thing again?
Sikhs for Justice is a banned terrorist organization according to the government of India, and it operates in New Zealand. As the leader of a country that is exploring a deeper partnership with India, are you willing to be open to these concerns from New Delhi on acting against groups which India perceives as threats?
Well, I've heard the broad perspective of the Indian government around that particular issue. But as I keep coming back to you to say, as a sovereign, as a democracy that respects sovereign borders and sovereign nation states, we have strong laws in our system to protect free speech, but also to ensure that free speech is compliant with our legal system. And that's what, as a New Zealand Prime Minister, that's what I want to make sure we uphold in our society. And so we'll continue to, we as I said, we really are proud of free speech, but we also expect free speech that comes with some responsibilities, and that is to make sure that it's fully compliant with our legal framework as well.
You went to a Gurudwara with Prime Minister Modi yesterday. Did you have conversations with the Indian leadership on this particular point on the Khalistan issue?
It was expressed to me in a general sense about, we talked about terrorism in general. It was obviously a perspective from the Indian government that was raised with me as well around how they view the separatist movement across the world and what they've observed. But again, as I said privately, as I've said publicly, we are a liberal democracy. The laws of New Zealand are what I enforce. We expect people to have free speech, but we expect them to be compliant with that law.
I understand, but no specific conversation on Khalistan on this visit is what you're saying?
I understand the Indian position at a broad sense, but there was no specific, nothing specific from a New Zealand point of view. It was raised with me as a general issue,
okay.
as you heard the Prime Minister say yesterday, but I also raised back our position around free speech and people being compliant with our law.
Final question. You talked about Unilever. You've also led Air New Zealand as CEO. What is more difficult, running an airline or running a country?
I think running a country beats that hands down big time. It's not the same game. There are things that are transferable from a leadership point of view, how you may operationalise your leadership teams and the way that you run a cabinet and the way that you run a public service. That management, executive management skill set is very comparable and very, can be translated. But actually, we're here talking about people and their real lives, and there's a lot more complexity to that. And the issues are often complex as you try and find, clarity and actually try and find a way through them. So, but it's a tremendous privilege. It's incredibly rewarding, incredibly challenging, all at the same time. But it's an awesome responsibility to be able to say, I want to come to politics to try and make a difference, so that actually I can lift the collective living standards of my people, that they can do well in the years and the decades ahead, which I know that they can do. So, so it's a pretty exciting challenge and a pretty exciting job.
I can imagine. Thank you so much for making time for us and for being here.
Connections. And so, we spent. It's critical to our security. It's critical to our prosperity. It's critical to our future society. So, no, it's just a great relationship with so much potential, and also two countries that actually like each other and have for a long time. But actually, we really need to put the car, as I say, from neutral into gear and actually get it moving.
Yes, and 30 years is a very long time. If you've seen the transformation of India, well, you know how much. Yes, it has been incredible, absolutely. How do you describe your relationship with Prime Minister Modi and his approach to foreign policy?
Yeah, look, really warm. I think they've got a very strong personal relationship. I really enjoy his company. I think we think very similarly about what our objectives and what our goals are, and how we deliver the program and get results for people. I think that's how I think about politics, and I think he thinks very similarly. And in terms of, both recognising that actually there's complementarity in this relationship. There are things that we can offer each other that I think are pretty special. And so, we want to deepen up our defence and security ties. You've seen us announce that we want to deepen up our economic and trade ties as well. And we want stronger people-to-people connections. And so, we spent quite a bit of time in our bilateral just talking about the opportunities that exist, for example, in education and in sport, that actually gets those connections working between our two societies in a much better way. So, I just think there's a lot of opportunity for both of us. And we think very similarly about wanting peace and security in the region, because actually it's through the security that we end up being able to deliver the prosperity that we want to deliver for our people.
Prime Minister Lakson, you've said in the past that, and I'm quoting again, India is very much aligned with New Zealand on security and defence. And New Delhi has raised concerns in the recent past vis-a-vis the Khalistani separatists that operate in New Zealand. And last year, they also held a referendum that talked about breaking up the state of Punjab from India. The government of India, of course, objected to it. How do you propose to address these concerns?
Well, the bottom line is that in our democracy, we believe in the freedom of speech. We have very clear, we expect that speech to be legal, compliant, and we have police that actually enforce our law and make sure that law is being upheld. So from our point of view, we expect people to be able to voice protest. We just want it done legally, and they are entitled to do so under freedom of speech, as you would expect in a good liberal democracy. But it's also important that the law is upheld and maintained. And where we see that is not the case. Obviously, our police over a number of decades have continued to enforce those laws, and so and make sure that it is legal and it is appropriate. But that's what I expressed very strongly to Prime Minister Modi and what I've said publicly and privately.
If the Al Qaeda or the ISIS were to hold a referendum, if organizations like the Al Qaeda or ISIS were to hold a referendum in New Zealand about something related to one of your Western partners, would you say the same?
Well, again, the key thing for us is that we have very well-defined laws in our democracy around the freedom of speech, and we expect people to be compliant with those laws, that they have a complete right to protest, but they have to do so in a way that is legal. And when it's not the case, that's when our police, who we have huge respect for, that do an excellent job in New Zealand of enforcing our laws, it's important that they are upheld. And so it's as simple as that for us. It's very much a case of we expect people to exercise their protest. They're entitled to do so in a democracy. That's important. But equally, we expect that actually they are compliant with our laws at any point in time.
Sikhs for Justice is a banned terrorist organization, according to the government.
Mine is that in our democracy, we believe in the freedom of speech. We have very clear, we expect that speech to be legal, compliant, and we have police that actually enforce our law and make sure that law is being upheld. So from our point of view, we expect people to be able to voice protest. We just want it done legally, and they are entitled to do so under freedom of speech, as you would expect in a good liberal democracy. But it's also important that the law is upheld and maintained, and where we see that is not the case. Obviously, our police over a number of decades have continued to enforce those laws, and so and make sure that it is legal and it is appropriate. But that's what I expressed very strongly to Prime Minister Modi and what I've said publicly and privately.
If the Al Qaeda or the ISIS were to hold a referendum, if organizations like the Al Qaeda or ISIS were to hold a referendum in New Zealand about something related to one of your Western partners, would you say the same?
Well, again, the key thing for us is that we have very well-defined laws in our democracy around the freedom of speech, and we expect people to be compliant with those laws, that they have a complete right to protest, but they have to do so in a way that is legal. And when it's not the case, that's when our police, who we have huge respect for, that do an excellent job in New Zealand of enforcing our laws, it's important that they are upheld. And so it's as simple as that for us. It's very much a case of we expect people to exercise their protest. They're entitled to do so in a democracy. That's important. But equally, we expect that actually they are compliant with our laws at any point in time.
Sikhs for Justice is a banned terrorist organization, according to the government of India, and it operates in New Zealand. As the leader of a country that is exploring a deeper partnership with India, are you willing to be open to these concerns from New Delhi on acting against groups which India perceives as threats?
Well, I've heard the broad perspective of the Indian government around that particular issue, but as I keep coming back to you to say, as a sovereign, as a democracy that respects sovereign borders and sovereign nation states, we have strong laws in our system to protect free speech, but also to ensure that free speech is compliant with our legal system. And that's what, as a New Zealand Prime Minister, that's what I want to make sure we uphold in our society. And so we'll continue to, we as I said, we really are proud of free speech, but we also expect free speech that comes with some responsibilities, and that is to make sure that it's fully compliant with our legal framework as well.
You went to a Gurudwara with Prime Minister Modi yesterday. Did you have conversations with the Indian leadership on this particular point, on the Khalistan issue?
It was expressed to me in a general sense about, we talked about terrorism in general. It was obviously a perspective from the Indian government that was raised with me as well around how they view the separatist movement across the world and what they've observed. But again, as I said privately, as I've said publicly, we are a liberal democracy. The laws of New Zealand are what I enforce. We expect people to have free speech, but we expect them to be compliant with that law.
I understand, but no specific conversation on Khalistan on this visit, is what you're saying?
I understand the Indian position at a broad sense, but there was no specific, nothing specific from a New Zealand point of view. It was raised with me as a general issue,
okay,
as you heard the Prime Minister say yesterday, but I also raised back our position around free speech and people being compliant with our law.
Final question. You talked about Unilever. You also led Air New Zealand as CEO. What is more difficult, running an airline or running a country?
I think running a country beats that hands down big time. It's not the same game. There are things that are transferable from a leadership point of view, how you may operationalise your leadership teams and the way that you run a cabinet and the way that you run a public service, that management executive management skill set is very comparable and very, can be translated. But actually, we're here talking about people in their real lives, and there's a lot more complexity to that. And the issues are often complex as you try and find, clarity and actually try and find a way through them. So, but it's a tremendous privilege. It's incredibly rewarding, incredibly challenging, all at the same time. But it's an awesome responsibility to be able to say, I want to come to politics to try and make a difference so that actually I can lift the collective living standards of my people, that they can do well in the years and the decades ahead, which I know that they can do. So, so it's a pretty exciting challenge and a pretty exciting job.
I can imagine. Thank you so much for making time for us and for being here to bring India and New Zealand actually closer together.
It's been great, and we look forward to doing more of it.
Let's see, Mr. Zuri. Mr. Zur, Mr. Zur, Mr. Zur.
The nine see I wish to lay it.
Shut up, y'all. Get your fucking tweet.
What happens when every cell is dead?
It's all shit. You can buy that.
Is it your will to
I can forget the Adaptsaurus.
Nothing else.
Did you know when the Adaptsaurus is coming out? Fuck! Because that's the good one.
The view up here is pretty good too, I guess. Take care of yourself, okay?
Wait, did I get rid of a fucking hiring thing? Shit. It's in my inventory. Can you sort it by height? Fuck, I know what the fuck it was. Shady.
Plan cookout. We could get the Vanguard to sponsor and... No. Say what you want to say.
Hey Gold Coast, do you like free pizza? Of course you do. Well, have I got news for you. Every week, dinner's on us.
What's up, guys?
Here, Trials is going to return itself. You have new rewards, so if you're not a flawless player, Trials will get a hell of a lot better this episode, whether it's weapon rewards, additional drops, and even the ability to go to the lighthouse without being strictly flawless in the traditional sense. So we're going to recap everything changing in Trials, new reward, a new armor, a bit more traditional nice armor. Got some things are kind of animated this with shaders. Again, Trials will get a new sniper, lone wolf, and a volume trait. Move roll will still be available to drop. So there are a couple of open skill matchmaking, and it grants access to the week's Trials of Osiris tournament, with each victory granting significantly improved rewards, and each match completion with a full fire team granting a bonus chance for additional rewards. And when we have this card, reaching 7 wins will grant access to the Lighthouse, and will gain additional bonus rewards from the Lighthouse chest based on your longest weeks. Weekly wins for Lighthouse chest rewards, based on 2 chances to earn Adept Trials weapon.
Trials of Osiris. Protect your team in this fight. You'll need each other. Only one ally is left. It's in there. This one was for your enemy. Next time, my friend. You are behind, but not for long.
Namaste, Sat Sri Akal. Good to see you all. Kia ora. Welcome to India. As you will have heard, we've had an economic breakthrough in the economic relationship with India, with the announcement of our comprehensive free trade agreement negotiations able to commence. And so it's a really good win. It's a great win for New Zealand. Obviously, it forms part of a desire to have a deeper and broader relationship with India, not just in the economic sphere, but also in the defence and also in the people-to-people links. And but this is a really good start to this visit, and we're really excited about the transformation of this economic opportunity that exists between these 2 great countries. And with that, Todd, I'll let you talk a bit more about it.
Well, Prime Minister, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to India. It's an exciting day in as far as, the relationship with India. Both sides have put a lot of work and effort in over the last 15 months to broaden the relationship and deepen it. There's been ongoing contact between our officials. It intensified from my last trip to India in December of last year, where there have been frequent engagements, including formal meetings. My counterpart, Minister Goyal, and I have now met 8 times. It's my 5th visit to India to talk about our trading relationship, and I'm very pleased that we're able to announce that we've reached agreement to formally start negotiations from today. The first negotiation round will take place, it'll start next month, and we have committed to working as quickly as we can to deliver agreement that works for both sides. Out of respect for our negotiators, we won't be talking about the detail of the negotiation, but New Zealanders can rest assured that we're working hard to get the very best deal that we can for them. Although we've had a lot to achieve over the last 15 months, the hard work starts now.
Great. I just want to commend Todd and his drive to actually get this to this point. There's been a lot of work that's gone into it, but as I've said before, what we're looking for is a deeper, broader relationship, and that work really began 16 months ago with Todd, with his meeting with his trade counterparts, Judith Collins having met with Minister Singh on the defence piece, Winston Peters obviously having visited here, myself having spent time with the President, but also with Prime Minister Modi on calls and then in-person meetings in Laos. The fact that then they've invited us here for a state visit and then to be able to kick it off this way is really special. With that, happy to take your questions. All I can give you a guarantee is that Todd McClay and myself will work incredibly hard to make sure that we can get the best deal possible for New Zealanders. And again, we're not going to go into the detail. We appreciate that dairy will be sure, but actually we haven't got to this part in the past, and actually New Zealand is actually being well served by this trade minister, working incredibly hard, building those relationships, getting it to this part, having a state visit here to India, and then actually kicking off these negotiations. So again, we know there will be challenges on a number of topics for both sides. As you would expect in a trade negotiations, we will work those through.
We actually have been here before. I mean, there were 10 series of trade talks a decade ago, and it went nowhere.
Yeah, last conversation I think was 9 or 10 years ago. Exactly, that's the case, and we wouldn't have kicked this off if we weren't confident that we can actually work incredibly hard together to get ourselves to a good place that actually works for an agreement for both India and New Zealand.
Will this build on those talks, or do you see this as starting with a fresh slate?
This is starting with a fresh slate completely.
What's the indicative timeline on this?
I'll let Todd.
Well, both sides have said we want to do it as quickly as we can. There's been a lot of discussion at official levels, not about the detail of agreement, but actually some of the ways forward and how we might look to deal with some of the issues that have come up in other negotiations. Both sides have said that we want to do it quickly, but we've also agreed we need to do a good job. And so I won't set out a timeline, but we have committed to getting on with the job.
How many rounds of talks?
Well, it will take as many as are needed, but ultimately, because we're starting from a new place rather than picking up the negotiation from 9 years ago, there will be many of them. The first one will be next month. The officials will be exchanging information and texts both electronically, having online meetings, and then meetings in person. I expect the first in-person negotiation will take place in New Zealand. Well, they want a high quality and comprehensive agreement. They want one that works for both sides. You'll notice that much of the world is talking about balance in trade. The trade between India and New Zealand was very balanced. It's gone in India's favour. We sell them less than we used to, but there are many opportunities on both sides. For instance, we talk about, we've talked a little bit about investment with them, opportunities for Indians to invest in New Zealand businesses and here as well. So, but it's at a very broad level, and the Prime Minister's right. We're not going to talk about the detail of the negotiation because ultimately that's up to the negotiators, but both sides want to make sure it's a deal that works for, not only the businesses of the two countries, but the citizens as well. No, not at this stage because it's very early. Although I think what we've seen from the investment summit last week, there's great interest from around the world in investing in New Zealand. But no, we haven't had any detailed negotiations or conversations yet. I give the dairy industry the same guarantee the Prime Minister has done, that we'll get the very best deal that we can for all New Zealanders. The very best deal that we can get for all New Zealanders, but I'm not going into any detail.
Has getting to this point been influenced at all, do you think, by the kind of global conversation we're having about trade, particularly what's coming out of the US at the moment?
Well, I think it's influencing countries and trade ministers around the world, but this conversation with India started 15 months ago when I first came out here, weeks after the government was formed, and we've had an opportunity to understand the opportunities in both countries. And so I guess the better way to answer it is what's happening around the world hasn't hurt our chances of launching an agreement, but as all trade negotiations, this one will be as hard as any other.
You want to move forward swiftly. Does that mean that you expect or are open to some kind of an interim deal, something that you would add on to later, similar to Australia?
Well, the joint text that we launched, we published today, it was published on the Indian Ministry's website, says a comprehensive free trade agreement. Both sides are aiming for a comprehensive agreement.
Prime Minister, the tariff war started by the United States. Do you think will have any impact on your trade talks with India?
Look, I mean, again, we've got to this place today by virtue of the work that we've done building the relationship over the last 16 months. We've worked it deliberately at a multiple level to make sure that we do broaden out that relationship. The trade piece of it, as we've talked about, this comprehensive FTA agreement and negotiations that will take place as a piece of it. There's other things around defence, security, obviously people-to-people links that we're here to advance over the course of our time together here as well. But I just say to you, New Zealand is a country that has done well by virtue of the free trade of goods and services all around the world. And so we always advocate very strongly against tariffs, because we actually think New Zealand has benefited, as have many countries actually, from a much more open movement of goods and services around the world.
Prime Minister, aside from trade, what are the other things you're looking forward to in this trip? What are the things you want to sort of push along?
Well, I mean, again, we've got a very comprehensive set of meetings tomorrow, a series of engagements with Prime Minister Modi at a one-on-one level, in a smaller group, and obviously in our formal bilateral as well, and some other informal moments with a state lunch and other events to catch up with as well. It's really a good chance for us to talk about what's happening within the region and a defence and a security point of view. As I've been saying, and as I think many leaders have understood, is that we can't have economic prosperity if we don't have defence and security stability in the region. And so we'll be talking about, obviously, there's some of the geopolitical dimensions that are happening within the region. And more importantly, how do we work together in a much deeper way in a defence security sense as well? Obviously, we've got this piece of work around the commerce and the economic side. And then there's things I think we need to do on the people-to-people links. I mean, this is a relationship that just has so much opportunity. I mean, this is the most populous country on planet Earth. It's going to be the third largest economy very shortly. In a multipolar world, it's a very significant geostrategic player in the region, but also now out in the world. And just remember, we have 300,000 amazing Kiwis of Indian descent, that are really a bridge between India and New Zealand. So, this is a relationship that has just so much upside, so much potential. And that's why we've been so determined to come here. And that's why I was just saying that before the election. That's why we're here. And it's great that we are.
Prime Minister, can you just expand more on the security and defence partnership that you're looking to form with India?
Look, we want to have deeper engagement. We want to have, well, we'll have more to say about that as we go through the course of the next few days. But I mean, for now, what we're saying is that we want to participate in the Indo-Pacific region, as you have seen us do in Northeast Asia, as you see us do with our 5 power arrangements in Southeast Asia, as you've seen us do, obviously we're deepening our relationship with Australia. So, we want to be involved and engaged, and we want to have more presence and more impact in the Indo-Pacific region, working with like-minded countries wherever we can. And so, we think there's an opportunity for us to continue to deepen up our military and our defence ties with India as well.
When you say trade and defence are linked, do you also mean that, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that by growing New Zealand's economy, you can afford more to spend more on defence, or do you mean that in another sense here?
It's just the sense that, we want to see prosperity and peace across our region of the Indo-Pacific region. But you actually don't get to secure the prosperity if you don't have stability and security in the region. And that's why I keep saying those two issues are very much interdependent. If you've got an unstable environment full of conflict, as we've seen in the Ukraine, and you think about the impact Ukraine's war has caused on Western Europe, Africa, even Southeast Asia with respect to rice prices and how that impacts people economically and hurts them really hard. Conflict, instability, a lack of security causes huge pain and suffering, which means that prosperity doesn't result. And so if you can't secure prosperity for your people, then you often destabilise the system as well. So that's a mutually mutually dependent thing.
You joined Keir Starmer's call for the coalition for the willing. What did you take away from that call in terms of what more New Zealand could be doing?
Well, it was really an opportunity to with a number of leaders to get updated on the different lines of diplomatic effort that are going in to make sure that we can secure a ceasefire in Ukraine. I just would say first and foremost, though, that at any point in time, Russia can stop this war. And that would be our first request and port of call, is that they can stop what is an immoral and illegal war today. That is very much the case. Our conversation was then fixated on, well, how do we, just the diplomatic efforts, as I said, that are going into making sure that we can secure a 30-day ceasefire as a starter. But again, the ball is now in the court of Russia about that, and it's up to them to actually step up and actually reciprocate. And we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that. And so, again, we will continue our engagement with like-minded countries. We obviously haven't had no specific asks from us at this point in time, and that's natural given that there isn't a peace that has been brokered at this point in time. So it's all very premature. We would obviously want to make sure that any decisions we take, we also take in conjunction through a full cabinet process back home in New Zealand as well. But for us, it's about making sure that we are aligned with like-minded countries. We stand very strongly with Ukraine, as I've said, because the values they are fighting for are values that are very important to us in New Zealand. And I'm proud of the support that we've been able to offer. As a small country on the other side of the world with limited resources, it's important that we play our part. but it was good to be able to be part of those conversations.
Would you characterise New Zealand as being part of the coalition of the willing?
Well, no, we have not been asked to join a coalition of the willing, and that is something that a cabinet decision would actually need to take place before we did. But what this was about was importantly to say, like-minded countries coming together who really want to stand with Ukraine. What are the different strands of diplomatic effort that's going on across the world and through Europe to make sure we can secure a 30-day ceasefire as a starting point.
Do you expect that call, that ask to come though? Were there signals that that formal request will come at some point?
Well, I think, as I've signalled before, we stand with Ukraine. We have the same value set. We've undertaken what we think we can support them with through sanctions on Russians, entities and individuals, through contributions financially, through training troops with the Brits. So it's not surprising that we're there. These are like-minded countries, but again, any decision around any formal engagement, it's all too premature. There is no peace plan today, and until there is one, there's no ask on us, and again, that's something we'd take back to our cabinet.
But did you get any signal that you'll probably get that request at some stage?
Well, no, because that would be premature, given we don't have a peace plan at the moment. And then what we're trying to focus on is securing that through initially a ceasefire. And so, you've seen I think, a very brave decision by President Zelensky to step up to the plate and actually say, yep, I'm up for this is what I can support a 30-day ceasefire. And now the ball is in the court of Putin and Russia, and what we've seen is a whole bunch of vacillation, and at the end of the day, they need to be stepping up to the plate as well. Last couple, guys. Sorry.
Well, we've seen over the last 6 years trade between Australia and India, at least Australian exports, increased by about 7 billion New Zealand dollars. I think the very best way to look at this is, although our trading relationship with India is strong, given the size of their market, there is exponential opportunity for New Zealand, just as a lot of opportunity for Indian businesses down in New Zealand. Think about the free trade agreement with China. When it was first signed, the two-way trade was similar to that between New Zealand and India today, and we have $40 billion worth of two-way trade. So the reason that we're going to take the time to make sure we get this right on both sides is to set a foundation of clear rules that businesses can rely upon and give New Zealand businesses and Indian businesses the very best chance to grow that relationship. But to answer your question, we haven't done any modelling, but the opportunity for New Zealand is more than significant.
And reflecting on the fact that for the last 9 years we've had a Prime Minister visit India, and the relationship or negotiations essentially, some would argue, have been put on ice. What's your reflection on the way that we have valued or undervalued this relationship?
Look, I think we have undervalued this relationship, frankly. This is, as I said, the most populous country, going to be the third biggest economy. We have very small level of trade. 1.5% of our exports go here. It's our 12th trading partner, yet it's the third biggest economy in the world. And so, or will be very shortly. And so, there's just huge opportunities. So I can't speak to the past. All I can speak to, as I've said in opposition and coming through and forming government, that this is a really important priority for us. India and New Zealand are two countries that should have a much, much deeper and broader relationship with each other than we have. What I'm really proud about is actually the groundwork that we've put in over the last 16 months to get us to this point. The fact that we actually have been able to establish leader-to-leader relationships with Prime Minister Modi, that we've got on well, we've enjoyed our time and in conversations together, and that has led to an invitation to come here on a state visit like this, and then already this has led to the opening up of the economic part of the relationship, moving that up to the next level, which is what we want to do. We want more momentum. We want more energy. We want more drive in this relationship. And I think you're seeing both India and New Zealand, both parties actually stepping up to the plate and actually wanting that as well.
Did you find that, or I was just wondering whether you knew that you were going to kind of launch negotiations when you're coming into it, or was it just kind of
today? It was today, but I'll let Todd talk to that.
Yeah, no, today. I mean, there's been a lot of increased engagement over the last few months following my visit up here in December. Officials have met a lot. I've had many conversations with my counterpart over the phone, But no, we reached agreement to launch today.
Was it announced in the right way as planned? It seems like it went live a few hours ago.
It was as we had discussed with them.
Yeah.
Sorry? It's a great way to start the trip. I mean, we've got a breakthrough economic agenda here in terms of being able to advance a comprehensive free trade agreement, but we've also got a massive determination to lift with great intensity our relationship across the board with India, and we're looking forward to those conversations in the next few days. And again, I think you're seeing an Indian government that's been incredibly generous and very, very welcoming to New Zealand, and it speaks to the way that they also want to deepen this relationship in the same way we have brought the biggest delegation that's ever accompanied a Prime Minister. We've brought a business delegation, we've brought a community delegation, a Kapa Haka team, because we actually want to make this as big as it possibly can be, because the size of the prize is immense. And actually what's it's all about? It's about actually getting cash back into Kiwis' pockets, and we do that by growing our economy and expanding our trade opportunities. That's important. Last one, guys.
I just want to ask you about your recent call to the United States with the trade representative there. What was the purpose of that call? And are you any closer to tariff exemption?
The USTR has only just gone through the confirmation process a few weeks ago, so it's the first opportunity to have a formal conversation with them. The call lasted for about 45 minutes. It was constructive and it was friendly. We had an opportunity to talk a lot about the two-way trading relationship, and as I've said before, both sides agreed that it was well balanced and it was complementary. We didn't get into any detail over tariffs, but certainly made the case for why New Zealand respects the rules. We don't change our currency, we don't put in place barriers to exclude others, and that we abide by those rules. We've agreed that officials will continue to talk and understand the relationship better, and that Ambassador Greer and I will meet quite soon.
Is Minister Peters building on that relationship as well with his visit?
Well, I think you see across the government, everybody is putting great effort into the relations with the US, and yes, the Deputy Prime Minister visiting Washington is a very big part of ensuring that the US knows that from a trade point of view and in everything else, we are friends they can count on.
Have you considered dropping the tariffs that are higher than so that when reciprocal kick in,
Cabinet hasn't had an opportunity to consider anything yet.
Okay, the last question, yeah, we'll go. Oh, no, it's just this is a fantastic country. It's a country I know really well. I've visited many times in my former life before I came to politics. A country I love deeply. It's characterised by people with an immense talent. You see it even in our diaspora back at home. It's a younger diaspora. It's actually better educated. They earn higher incomes than New Zealand in general. And they've made a tremendous contribution in New Zealand. I've always been so proud about how hard they work. They take 2 or 3 jobs. They leave their culture, their families behind, come to New Zealand, make an awesome contribution. So, no, it's fantastic to be in India again. It's a country I love deeply, and I'm really proud of the progress that we're making already. All right, thanks, team.
Historically, New Zealand's policies and economy have been China-centric. Do we see any change in this trend in the coming days?
We are flat out making sure we build trade anywhere and everywhere we can, because 1 in 4 of our jobs back at home in New Zealand are tied to trade and to exports, and that's why you've seen us hit it hard in Southeast Asia, North.
Hungry Jack's Angus Grill Masters range. Try new Fiery Angus with sizzling bacon, jalapenos, spicy relish, and angry onions on thick, juicy flame-grilled Angus beef. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
We've actually gone backwards. We've actually lost our sense of strategic autonomy and independence compared to 100 plus years ago. We have no way of shooting down missiles coming into Australia, even just to protect our airfields and our naval bases and our critical infrastructure, let alone protecting our population. We have no interceptors. And look at what Reagan was able to achieve by being optimistic and positive and rallying the American middle class to believe that they had a future again. And America so rallied itself, of course, that they broke the Soviet Union effectively through the optimism that they were able to project. Had it not been for Churchill rallying in those darkest hour days of 1940, the world would today be very, very different.
I'm talking now with Mike Pezzullo, a former secretary of the Home Affairs Department in Canberra from 2017 until 2023. I have heard Mike speak on numerous occasions and see him as a very clear, a very honest, and a very forthright public servant who is deeply committed to Australia's security and well-being. He's had some alarming things to say lately, which should be receiving even more attention than they are. For example, recently he wrote, "Real and present danger. China's deployment of a naval task group to our waters was a rehearsal that we should not dismiss lightly." Mike, thanks so much for giving us your time.
Hello, John.
Can I begin by asking you, you're a historian by training, as I understand it, and any number of wise men and women down through the ages have said, if you want to understand the future, you need to look to the past. You and I think, would see ourselves as deeply committed to our country, and yet there's a great mystery to me that independent, resilient, larrikin Australians, as a young nation in the very early days of our country, after we federated, we were ready for the First World War. It was astonishing, really. We celebrate Anzac Day and forget that we were able to secure our homeland because we had a powerful enough navy to keep Australia safe in a Pacific that was dominated actually by German warships. Second World War, we were hopelessly unprepared. And I say that with some feeling because my own father was caught up in that mess. He was very badly wounded, left for dead in the Middle East. We were under-equipped, we weren't ready, we were sending young men up in aeroplanes that weren't safe, pretending they could take on the world's best fighters because we believed in industry policy, we wanted to make them here. You could argue we were ready for the Cold War, we were pulling our weight internationally. Now, we've known for at least 15 years since the Rudd government that the strategic environment is changing dramatically and for the worse. We now have leaders everywhere saying they're the most dangerous time since the 1930s, and yet we seem absolutely indolent, frankly, from the top down, as though it doesn't matter. And you made the comment very recently that we can choose social benefits or a country in the current circumstances. How have we become so disengaged from reality in our own self-interest, Mike?
We lost that.
Well, John, I think your starting point is the correct one. You've got to dig into a national history. You've got to understand contemporary culture and contemporary mores. You've really got to unpack where the national culture has come from. So let me reflect on the periods that you just mentioned in your question. I think before the First World War, and it's little appreciated just how important Australian naval and sea power was in the lead up to the First World War. And full credit to Deakin, particularly, who was passionate about establishing the Royal Australian Navy as an independent fighting force that was not reliant on the Royal Navy on the other side of the world. It's often forgotten that the first strategic action that we actually fought in the First War was not Gallipoli, which obviously in our national legend and mythology is very important, and it should be, but was actually the operation to clear out the Imperial German force in Rabaul in Papua New Guinea, what is today Papua New Guinea. And the Australians mounted an amphibious operation, led in fact by the Navy, fighting as ground infantry with some army in support, to clear out an Imperial German radio and coaling station. Why was that important? The Germans had a squadron that was based in what was then German-occupied, or the German colonies of China, and they could have raided across the Pacific and cut off our important supply lines, but also our ability to support Britain with produce, with wool, with commodities, but also to send our troops over. I would take the starting point for Australian strategic independent thinking as actually Alfred Deakin and his quest to establish sea power, and then the execution, or if you like, the implementation of that vision in that first campaign in September of 1914. I think also, John, it has to be said that as a monoculture, largely an Anglo-Australian culture, yes, there were others. There was some Italians, there was some Chinese, but it was largely, as I think everyone would agree, a monoculture with very deep ties of loyalty to Britain, to empire, to the Crown, etc. I think mobilising Australia to go effectively, other than that campaign in New Guinea, to the other side of the world to fight on the Western Front after Gallipoli, I think was a relatively straightforward cultural exercise. People might not have liked the fact that they were sending their young men typically off to war, but they accepted that it was the duty. Then, of course, the First World War was a scarifying experience, followed, of course, very closely by the Spanish flu. I think what you saw through the 20s and 30s, including in Australia with the rise of proto-fascist groups, the New Guard, but also the Bolsheviks, was a real questioning of the old established order. And Australia, to a lesser degree, but in countries like Britain and France, a very deep malaise, which then meant that as Mussolini first and then Hitler and then Tojo started to push their ambitions and to start to mobilise their forces for the conquest that they want to engage in, there was a deep malaise in the 30s. In fact, the scholars of modern France would suggest that the fall of France actually occurred in the 1930s with the falling away of national confidence, not wanting to go through another war, not wanting to stand up to Hitler. And so, of course, when the Blitzkrieg occurred in 1940, France fell. Britain would have, I suspect, fallen too, John, had it not been for Churchill's rallying efforts. Churchill these days, regrettably, in the way in which cultural history is taught and the academia being captured as it has been by hard leftist researchers, Churchill is, of course, condemned. He should be elevated as one of the great civilisational heroes who actually mobilised Britain and its Commonwealth or its imperial partners at a time when France had fallen, the Soviets were on Germany's side, and America was out of the fight. Had it not been for Churchill rallying in those darkest hour days of 1940, the world would today be very, very different. Of course, we then fought the Second World War. We don't need to rehearse that. I think you're right. I think the cultural readiness in the 50s and 60s was greater. I think people had learnt their lesson from the 20s and 30s and realised that if you drop your guard against dictators, they will come at you. And so the resilience after two world wars to stand up to Stalin, I think, was there. And you saw that here in our willingness to go to Korea, our willingness to go to Vietnam. But then, of course, there was another countercultural cycle in the late 60s with a questioning of the alliance and a questioning of the old order again, which led to the malaise that the West experienced in the late 60s and through the 70s. And then, of course, you had the Reagan Revolution staring down the Soviet Union and the rest of it. So that's as quick a thumbnail sketch of sort of history to, I guess, concurring with your overall assessment as I can do in the time available. Where are we now? I think now we are in a postmodern world where I think we've all been duped. We've duped ourselves, frankly, that we can isolate ourselves from these great geostrategic and geopolitical trends. We can live a largely autonomous and atomised life with a lot of material wealth and surrounding ourselves with material goods. And I think you see that in a whole range of indicators, like the breakdown in faith, the breakdown in community volunteering, the breakdown in some of the civic bonds that used to hold our societies together, except perhaps in some of the small regional towns that you and regional communities that you're so familiar with. But certainly in the cities, there's a sense of alienation, atomisation, living individualistically. I compare and contrast that cultural change here in Australia with the kind of cultural resilience that you find in places like Poland, in Ukraine, and also in places like the Philippines, for instance. Why? Because they are facing adversaries across either very narrow waterways or across a land border. Australia does not have that existential sense of crisis or threat. We've got mercifully excellent relationships, an excellent relationship with our biggest neighbour, Indonesia, and by and large good relationships with other neighbours who are in any event much smaller than us. So I think as Blaney coined it in the 60s, the tyranny of distance, which originally affected our ability to trade, it built costs into our trade and into our relationships with the world, also created, I think, by the 60s and 70s, a false sense of comfort that distance was protecting us from geostrategic events. That, of course, held us in pretty good stead until probably Putin's ascendancy and the change that occurred in communist China just after 9/11, when two autocracies or tyrannies or in one case potentially a totalitarian regime really started to think that the world order was not to their liking and they had to change it, or they were going to change it, but with tools and weapons and systems that people like Hitler and Tojo and Mussolini could only have dreamt of. Distance has now disappeared. The adversary is sort of in front of us, but we've still got that sense of the protective effect of distance. Sorry, John, that's a huge topic, and I've tried to distill as much of an answer as I can in just a few minutes.
It's absolutely brilliant, and listeners will be captivated by it because it's so important, in my view. And to seek your response, to summarise though, what strikes me is that a little country, putative, 5.5 million, very new, knew that distance didn't keep us safe. Knew that alliances with the most powerful nation on earth at the time, Britain, wasn't enough, and acted accordingly. Here we are, 27 million people, infinitely wealthier, infinitely better off, infinitely more connected with the world, apparently thinking that distance will save us, that isolation means we can get on with our own lives, we can do butter, we don't have to worry about guns, despite all the warnings. That is extraordinary, really.
Yeah. In fact, John, I'd go further. I think there's been a devolution or a degeneration of Australia's strategic sensibility over about that 100-year arc. I would argue, notwithstanding the elitist view that somehow we weren't independent thinking, we were beholden to either the British Empire or the American Great Protector until people like Gough Whitlam came along and changed Australian foreign policy. I would argue that that's all mythical. The first Australian trade and foreign policy mission into Asia was led under the Lyons government by Latham as the External Affairs Minister, who was seeking to open up both new relationships and markets in places like China and Japan in the 1930s. Prior to that, and Lyons was treading carefully because he didn't want to be seen as being disloyal to empire, but he also had a sense that Britain was a long way away. In the 1937 election campaign, John Curtin, a lifelong socialist, anti-conscriptionist, argued passionately in the 1937 campaign for Australia to rearm for local defence. And of course, he was castigated as being disloyal to empire. So the thought that somehow we were Ottomans who just simply followed an imperial line until people like Gough Whitlam came along in the early 70s and sort of modernised us is a complete myth. And going back to something we touched on earlier, I think Australia had a greater strategic sensibility about its own region, actually at the time of Federation. In fact, it was one of the big drivers for Federation. And you see it in Henry Parkes's Tenterfield speech, for instance. The defence that Parkes used to bludgeon some of the more reluctant colonies into line around Federation. I think compared to that time, to support your thesis, we've actually gone backwards. We've actually lost our sense of strategic autonomy and independence compared to 100 plus years ago.
Interesting that you should say that, because it is my view that the first responsibility of the Commonwealth Government, and I served in it for many years, as indeed you did in different roles, the first is to keep us safe, is to keep us secure. As you put it so succinctly, you know, you can have benefits or you can have security. Sometimes you have to make a choice. Now, I just want to drill on history just for a moment before we come to the way it's now being ripped up at every level, on everywhere you look. And it's to go back to the fact that this perception that people are not willing to stand up for their freedoms and their values is not new. If you go back to the so-called Oxford Pledge of 1933, overwhelmingly the Oxford Union approved a motion that under no circumstances would this House fight for and die for king and country. That was seen as young Britain saying, and you mentioned it, the scarifying experiences of the First World War and the turmoil of the 20s into the Depression by then. They'd lost faith in many ways in their culture and their leadership and what have you. That reverberated around the world. People believed that it encouraged Hitler in his assertiveness. The West doesn't believe in itself. Echoes of today, but, and you touched on it, those very same young Britons, just a few years later, under the strong and decisive leadership of Churchill, like all human beings, he was flawed, but our young people are taught that he was some sort of ogre, without understanding they wouldn't be there enjoying their high living standards and mobile phones if he hadn't been there. He so inspired young people as to fight in the skies over Britain and face death in their Spitfires and Hurricanes, to man the convoy escorts bringing food in from the US, all of those, and the colonies, the rest of the empire, all of those sorts of things. This is very important stuff to understand, because after that Oxford Pledge, he said, if you don't pass on to the next generation the story of your culture, and he said its religion and its heroes, they won't have a sense of place and a sense of purpose and an awareness of what are doing, what's needed. They're open to Marx's dictum that people who don't know their history are easily persuaded. We don't talk our heroes anymore. We denigrate our heroes. And in not acknowledging that we've had heroes, we're also encouraging people to think there aren't dangerous times. We demean ourselves, but we also place ourselves in danger, I would argue, by being so dishonest about dangerous times and the heroes who helped wind back those dangers.
Look, and you could actually run the same argument. Fast forward several decades, the same malaise, the same self-critique started to emerge in the 1960s when radical theorists started to, if you like, the origins of today's critique of the West started to emerge in the 60s, with post-modernist Marxists saying that Western societies are cleaved by racism, patriarchy, a systemic oppression of the poor, etc. And you saw the Black Panthers and others start to emerge. You then saw all of the calamity of the late 60s. You saw the civil disobediences, the riots. You saw the denouement of Nixon's administration with massive protests, and then you saw, of course, the malaise under Ford and Carter. What then happens? Reagan comes along and says, no, we don't have to make these choices. We can change the direction of our country. We can go for optimism. We can rely both on our strengths and, of course, acknowledge that the things that have been done in the past aren't always perfect, but we can rally a country. And look at what Reagan was able to achieve by being optimistic and positive and rallying the American middle class to believe that they had a future again. And America so rallied itself, of course, that they broke the Soviet Union effectively through the optimism that they were able to project. And the Soviets came to realise we cannot match what America can generate in terms of economic prosperity, technological advancement, and in terms of military prowess. Now, of course, they then got their response completely wrong by thinking that under Gorbachev, you could have modest reforms that, if you like, tinkered around the edges of the Soviet model to then be able to compete against the Americans. Failed. Soviet Union dissolved. One of the great historical mysteries, I think, in hundreds of years' time, if we're still around, will be how did that all come to pass so peacefully without a nuclear weapon being fired? It was a remarkable end to what was a very tense period. And again, it was leadership. It was Reagan coming along and partnering with people like Thatcher, Helmut Kohl and others to say, no, we can change the destiny of our societies, and we'll need to take some risk. It will involve confronting the Soviets. I think, John, we're possibly in that cycle again. So rather than sort of a terminal structural decline of the West, it seems to me Spengler was right. It's sort of more cyclical. And unfortunately, we're sort of in a downswing at the moment where lack of national confidence, self-criticism, censorship, assuming that our societies are somehow structurally and systemically riven by racism, patriarchy, and so on and so forth. I think we're in that sort of lull period again. Now, who knows which hero will come along or which leader will come along to inspire us with optimism and with faith in the fundamental truth of the institutions that we've created over time, and the fact that people living freely are always going to generate better outcomes than people living under tyranny. So I think we're in a lull. The problem on this occasion, and I contrasted this and I touched on this earlier, the last time the West was in a lull and was confronted with very aggressive, territorially expanding powers like Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and Imperial Japan, they just simply didn't have the weapons or the means to achieve their ends in quick enough order before they were smashed by American industrial and military prowess. Now you've got China, which for the first time is a tyrannical regime, an autocratic regime, but with more than just simply the outward appearance of capitalism. It's actually got very good innovation. It's got very deep capital pools. It's got deep capabilities, especially in manufacturing, because its predatory policies have allowed it to hoard manufacturing. We've never faced a situation like this. So whilst we're going through these cycles of confidence, malaise, and then redemption, and then optimism, and then growth, for about 500 years, there's always been a Western force that ultimately has led us all back to the peak. On this occasion, in the form of communist China, which has got deep flaws, deep structural problems, population, demographic issues, that is, structural problems in its economy, they are still a force to be reckoned with that we've never really had to confront.
Well, I agree, and I have many, many Chinese friends, and I take the view that there are not some sort of race-based differences between those who love freedom and those who don't. We're talking regimes here. We're talking about the Chinese Communist Party. We ought to be humble enough to recognise that communism is a bastard offshoot of the European Enlightenment, actually. And it's visited utter misery everywhere it's touched on people's lives. We should never forget that. It's the great thing that the left, where they still champion many of these values on our university campuses, will not come to grips with. It's not blessed people with human flourishing wherever it's gone. But now, in the context of everything you've said, we suddenly discover in Australia that we are surprisingly alone, for all the reasons you've just outlined, plus the unpredictability, it has to be said, that we're now witnessing in Washington. And you have written extensively about it. Can I ask you, why did the Chinese Communist Party deploy a very powerful naval force into our region, further away from home than they have ever gone before? And what was it about?
Well, putting such a powerful task group into the Tasman Sea, there's no real military logic to that, because it's not in the way. You have to go a long way out of your way to drive your ships into the Tasman Sea. It strikes me, and I've written about this, that it had a dual and mutually reinforcing objective. One was to strategically intimidate us, which is to say, look, relations at the moment have been stabilised and we've relented on some of our trade measures in relation to wine and lobster and barley and beef. But if you don't toe the line as we would expect, we can do other things to you. Apart from trade coercion, we can actually dominate your near seas, and we can do it in a way that you could do nothing about except for the protection that you think you might have through your alliance with the Americans. So that was the diplomatic and strategic purpose. Mutually reinforcing that objective was the twin objective that reinforces the first one, which is to conduct a military rehearsal. The specific ship that they chose is the most powerful surface combatant in the world, and short of an aircraft carrier that could launch carrier-borne aircraft raids, as the Japanese did in 1942, it's the most powerful warship that they could put into our waters or our near waters. A cruiser, which for your viewers, cruisers are larger than destroyers. They are, if you like, the capital ship of choice, short of aircraft carriers, to undertake long-range missions where the warship needs a degree of autonomy. In other words, it can protect itself against submarines, it can protect itself against air attack, and it's designed to then carry out strike missions using the Chinese equivalent of a Tomahawk cruise missile. Most of us would have heard about Tomahawks. The Chinese have got an equivalent version known as the CJ-10 Longsword. They would have been rehearsing their missile crews inside that hull, because they wouldn't have slackened off and just gone to the gym and had early happy hours every afternoon. They would have been working tirelessly to ensure that the missiles in their tubes were ready to fire. They'd run diagnostics to say, right, we're now sailing opposite Amberley Air Base or opposite Williamtown Fighter Base in Newcastle, or off Fleet Base East in Sydney. and the captain would have been issuing orders to undertake no-notice targeting of those locations, and they would have run drills without actually firing the weapon, obviously. And how do we know this, John? Because that's what we do. That's what any Navy does. You work your crews hard, you rehearse their main mission. In support of that cruiser was an escorting destroyer to help protect it in case there was a submarine or air attack nearby. It probably had a submarine in close company. We don't know that. The CDF was equivocal about that when he was asked about that in the Senate committee. And it had, incredibly importantly, a replenishment tanker. In other words, it had its own petrol station in escort, so it could go the distance and probably top up some of its supplies. Now, in wartime, that mission would probably be a larger protected group, probably a couple of extra destroyers, certainly a submarine to protect it. And it would have simply sat off the Australian coast and been able to hold any of those targets at risk, be it an air base, a naval base, sensitive communications facilities, dams, power stations, and we would have been able to do very little about it unless we could put our submarines in the water, and that's an open question, particularly in terms of recent reporting about the unavailability potentially of the Collins class. And it would have actually been very hard to strike it with the weapons that we currently have. This is deeply concerning. It leaves us as vulnerable potentially as Australia was back in Deacon's day, but Deakin at least had the foresight, the fortitude, as we talked about earlier, to commission the HMAS Australia, which was a battle cruiser, which was able to, in effect, terrify the Germans out of our waters. I don't think we've got the courage to do that now.
Well, that's a particularly concerning issue. Let's just go back to what we were talking about earlier. 2009, when Rudd was Prime Minister Rudd, and he understood, by the way, he understood Chinese communism. Essentially, he and his government resolved then, and we're talking 2025, and none of this has happened, we should secure 12 new state-of-the-art submarines and Tomahawk missiles.
Yes.
And 16 years on, we've done no such thing. We talk about AUKUS, but now's the danger time, as everyone says. You yourself have referred again to the intelligence that says President Xi wants to be able to move on Taiwan by 2027 militarily if they have to. As we speak, Australia's defence capabilities are declining, as I understand it, and because of the AUKUS submarines, $82 or $83 billion has been rescoped, to use the jargon, out of our capacity now, which, as I say, is declining. That's partly why it's declining, to help pay for that, which may be too late. Isn't that an astonishingly powerful condemnation of our, let's be blunt, our political, our military, our strategic leaders in this country?
Well, John, by way of disclosure, because not all of your viewers will know this, I led the white paper team in 2009 that developed the options for Mr Rudd and his government to consider. So I had the honour of, as a Deputy Secretary of Defence, leading that team. It was not my individual genius or foresight. I had a wonderful team in support, and we analysed very carefully intelligence, we analysed strategic assessments, we analysed things that just at the time, John, did not make sense. Why was it? Why? And this is 3 years before President Xi was elected as the incoming General Secretary and President of China. So we're talking about 2008, 2009. So during the time of Hu Jintao, it was very clear to us that they were developing weapon systems to target things like US carrier battle groups, to target land bases such as Guam, and indeed land bases such as Darwin, to the extent that Darwin might be made available to the Americans in any future Pacific war. It struck us that, and this is before Xi came on the scene, it struck us that structurally, leaving aside personality, structurally, the Chinese Communist Party wanted to assure itself or give itself the option of being able to counter American conventional firepower to the extent that the Americans would come to the view that they would take such losses that even if the Chinese took heavy losses, that they would have to then rely on nuclear weapons sooner rather than later. And that would give the Chinese leadership to, in effect, deter the Americans from taking conventional action on the fear that nuclear escalation could occur. Now, there was one problem with that theory, was that against a Reaganite-type president who was willing to take it to the brink, a first nuclear strike against China would potentially wipe out what was at that time a minuscule nuclear force. Guess what they've done in the last 16 years? They have gone hell for leather to improve their nuclear weaponry, their nuclear capability, their dispersal of their weapons, and also the hardening of their bunkers and their command and control system. They no longer have that fear that they would lose a relatively small nuclear force to a US first strike. So they've got an assured second strike capability, which takes that fear away. They've created the world's largest navy. In platform terms, they're now bigger than the US Navy, who of course have stretched across more global theatres of responsibility. So that master plan that we started to discern, not through any prescience, but just simply thinking through, as a strategist would think through, how the Chinese evolved their capabilities, really struck us with great clarity in that period, 2008, 2009. Mr. Rudd, to his credit, and I think it's been well enough written about, although I won't disclose matters that you wouldn't want me to disclose cabinet confidences where I witnessed certain discussions, but I think it's fair to say, just from memoirs and Mr. Rudd's own memoir, that he led that debate within his government pretty much on his own, that there wasn't a lot of support for the kind of rearmament that he had in mind. And tragically, and I say this without any political partisanship at all, once he was removed from the leadership through the change of leadership to Ms. Gillard, all of those plans fell away. Now, people can come to their own judgments about who's culpable in all of that. Had that plan been continued, what I'll call the 2009 plan, and the government hadn't made a final decision at that point, John, but we probably would have gone, because we own the IP for the Collins, we would have gone for probably a stretched, evolved Collins, which was a pretty safe design because we'd already built the Collins 1, so we could evolve it. Effectively, that's the Kim Beazley proposal that Kim has promoted for many, many years. That would have then allowed us to bridge the period that we're in now into a nuclear capability, but with a fleet by now that would have been 8, 10, 12 strong. Now we've got 6 of the old Collins that were old even then, without any high level of confidence that we can put enough out to sea. The other thing that Defence Force had contained in it wasn't just simply Tomahawks, but also a pathway to ballistic missile defence. That's been cut out as well. Now, fast forward to the Defence Force that we have. Yes, we're spending just around 2%. A lot of that 2%, though, and you've touched on this, is not the 2% that Mr. Morrison left when he left office in 22. That's been hollowed out to pay for, and I'm a supporter of Virginias. If we ever get Virginias in any sort of reasonable time this century, they'll be a stupendously capable a weapon of war, particularly when we move to what's called the Virginia Block 7, and we can talk about the different blocks in a moment if you wish. The problem is when the deal was done internally within the government, the Albanese Labor government, to then reprioritise a whole lot of programs to pay for that, even though it looks like defence spending has been slightly increased, 2% going up to 2.4, albeit over a decade, a lot of the weapon systems have been hollowed out to pay for the submarines. So where does that now leave us? And I touched on this in my column that you've referred to several times. We've either just about or have paid off our last minesweeper. They're called mine countermeasures vessels. If a port was mined, say Newcastle Port or Sydney Harbour or one of the great ports, Gladstone, where we're so reliant on shipping coming in and going out, and we are a trading nation, as you well know, you could mine any one of those ports. We would have no safe way to demine that port.
Staggering.
We'd literally have to go to our American friends or potentially rely on the British or the French to come down and demine our own ports. Alfred Deakin would be rolling in his grave. And why was that done, John? the mine countermeasures capability, which Mr. Rudd's white paper provided for all the way back in 2009, has been defunded to make fiscal room for the submarine. So in other words, there's a fiscal cap that's effectively been put in place at about 2% of GDP going out slowly. But then as the submarine capability comes in, has to be paid for, other things get displaced, just like, water is displaced when a submarine goes through the water. The other thing that we've knocked out of provisioning, we've delayed yet again the purchase of the Tomahawks. Mr. Rudd's cabinet signed off on the purchase of the Tomahawks in 2009. We still don't have any. And the third thing that I draw to your attention and to that of your viewers is ballistic missile defence. We see how critical ballistic missile defence is in Ukraine, in Israel and elsewhere. We have no way of shooting down missiles coming into Australia, even just to protect our airfields and our naval bases and our critical infrastructure, let alone protecting our population, because we've defunded the interceptors that would be fired off into either the space to take out missiles in their mid-course, or that would deal with missiles that were coming in what's called the terminal phase as they're screaming through the atmosphere. We have no interceptors. And so again, as with the mine warfare capability, we'd have to go to the Americans and say, look, we're not self-reliant, we're not independent, and we're not autonomous when it comes to shooting down missiles. Can you help us? Again, Alfred Deakin would, as would John Curtin, they would roll in their graves.
Wow. Yes. And by the way, just on those missiles, 2 points. One is, how many years is it now since we were promised that we'd be building them here within 2 years? Many years on, I understand we haven't even selected a site on which to build them. And the second point is, we're a trading nation. We don't have our oil reserves and other reserves in place. We're totally dependent upon shipping. Even in the absence of a war, surely part of the message from China is don't get involved or we can have a go at you. We do not possess a single flagged Australian trading international vessel. Not one, not a tanker, not a bulk carrier, nothing. Thanks in many ways to the unions, it has to be said. We don't possess one. We had, 12 or 15 only a couple of years ago, none. So the first thing governments do if something goes wrong is requisition the necessary ships to back up your naval capacity and your trade capacity, keep your country going. We've got no ships to requisition.
That's right. That's right.
A trading nation like ours, utterly dependent on keeping our sea lanes going. We haven't even stockpiled enough here to keep our economy going for more than a couple of weeks in terms of fuel reserves. As a farmer, I don't know what sort of access we would have to the fertilisers and some of the key ingredients that we no longer produce here if something went wrong, for something as basic as feeding ourselves. I don't want to sound alarmist, but who is grappling with this stuff now that is actually in a...
Candidly, John, no one. Candidly, we've talked about a few historical periods. The last time we seriously developed what was called in the 50s, rather ominously, the War Book, which laid out things like stockpiling policies, rationing policies, and so on and so forth. There was a version of the War Book that carried through. I know this for a certain fact because I was a young graduate in the Defence Department, and we used to get access to it. That program was shut down. In other words, the emergency management world, quite rightly, has been very focused on bushfire, flood, cyclone, as it should be. But in the 50s, 60s and 70s, the emergency management world, which was typically in part staffed by retired military, also had a civil defence function. You'd be hard-pressed, and I don't want to go too much into the confidences that I still am obligated to keep, but you'd be hard-pressed if you were to press into the emergency management area of government, which is in my old Department of Home Affairs, to even get an acknowledgement. They wouldn't necessarily, you wouldn't want it tabled in Parliament, but you wouldn't even get an acknowledgement that such a plan exists. You know why? Because I suspect it doesn't. And that to me is deeply worrying. The fact that a war book doesn't even exist. Now, you might not publish it, and you'd have good reasons to say to the Senate and or the House of Representatives that we're claiming a Crown immunity over it. But I don't even know that we could, hand on heart, say that the thing exists. And that is, in this world, terrifying. Because to take one example that you just mentioned of shipping, even short of a war, we're seeing strange sabotage occurring right around the world, including of shipping. There was just a case in the English Channel just the other day. Undersea infrastructure, undersea pipelines. We've got very little recognition or knowledge of what's happening in the undersea domain. And increasingly these days, you don't need a big submarine to sabotage a pipeline. There are long-range autonomous underwater vehicles that are very stealthy, very hard to detect. And the undersea domain is becoming more like the air domain, very congested, very contested, and very crowded. We've got nothing down there. It's terrifying, John.
Can I ask how many people there are in the Department of Defence in Canberra?
The department, I don't know, to be honest. The ADF itself is 57,000. The department would be somewhere north of 30,000, but I couldn't, hand on heart, say that I know what the full-time equivalent workforce is, John. I'll have to take that on.
Yeah, that's all right. It just strikes me that, you know, everyone knows what a mess we make of acquisitions. Then you hear things like, you know, we haven't updated the war book for years. That's my comment, not yours. And we don't even know whether one exists. There are many aspects to security. It's not just simply defence hardware. There's the number of troops and actual ADF. I mean, at 57,000, that's very modest across 3 services. 14,000 only in the Navy. They are apparently so lacking personnel that they're decommissioning rather than manning more ships. I think this is astounding stuff, and we could talk on it forever. You mentioned something that would be interesting. You referred to, and I'm obviously a great supporter of the Virginias as well. My father-in-law, late father-in-law, was a rear admiral, and he was arguing to me from about 2009 on, vigorously, that if approached in the right way, the Americans would do Virginias with us. He believed that passionately. I've long recognised the potential there. But you mentioned Block 7 upgrading, presumably, as they evolve. And go back to something you said earlier, the Chinese now have more warships, surface ships, than the Americans. Not tonnage. I suspect the American technology may still also be in favour, particularly if you combine it with the Japanese. Large number of very capable warships now, which we don't talk about much. And the Japanese, of course, you know, they have real incentive to make sure that they're able to trade as an independent nation going forward. But I take it you're alluding to our underwater capability, and it's advancing still further. Submarines are still relevant. Might be the neat way to summarise the issue.
Yes, the Virginias have been evolving in this direction, and Block 7 will have a larger module built into it. They've got a large canvas module that is able, that increasingly, they're doing it with their Block 5s and 6s, but the 7s will be even more capable. They'll be able to deploy long-range sensor systems, surveillance systems, the sort of the underwater drones that I referred to earlier, but also drones like mini submarines that could conduct lethal missions with torpedoes or mines and then return back to and dock back into the Virginia. They can also deploy very significant underwater special forces. Of course, the Navy SEALs, everyone I think comprehends what the Navy SEALs can do, and they come in on submersible vehicles that can also be deployed stealthily by Virginias. So the traditional model that I think most people would have just from war movies of the submarine sitting there stalking its prey with the periscope up and just firing torpedoes at a ship. They still fire torpedoes, but increasingly they're becoming more like multifunctional platforms that can do all sorts of things, of which firing a torpedo in the classic World War II sense is just but one of the missions that they can undertake. They also will have vertical launch tubes to be able to more efficiently launch things like Tomahawk. They'll be immensely capable. The problem, John, with the Virginias is that the Americans are short of them. And so really AUKUS Track 1, we can cut as many checks as we want. We can put down payments on what we really need to do with our American friends, because we want at least 8. The American requirement is for at least 60. So our proportion of the fleet is not insignificant. It's 8 out of a total fleet, say, of 74. So it's over 10% of the fleet. I think there's a case to be made for Australia to say, look, whether we do it in America and we fly in our own workers so you can train them, or whether we have a maintenance yard at least down here, if not a construction yard, this has now got to become a joint enterprise, and we've got to lift the rate of production to both fill your needs and our needs. Because if they're currently tracking at 49 submarines, their naval requirement is north of 60, so they are 16 odd short of their own requirement before you get to our 8. So joint production, I think, makes a lot of sense. That'll be a huge national enterprise, which will require not just the Department of Defence, but national industry. It's a workforce issue. It's about having more welders and apprentices and all the rest of it. And if we get that right, I'm not so concerned about our underwater security in the 30s and 40s, but I'm desperately concerned about our underwater security in the near term, because even for the Americans, those Block 7s won't arrive for some years yet. So we've got nothing. At least the Americans have got 49 submarines that they can deploy around the world, even if they're of an older class. We've got 6 columns, and there's a question mark just in today's newspaper about the viability of the Collins life extension. I'm desperately concerned about our submarine capability gap, desperately concerned.
Well, all of this begs a really, really important question in my view, mate. Plainly then, if we have, and we believe we have, the capability to fund, build, obtain, and man something as lethal as these Block 7 Virginias in the future, if we can recognise that it's very evident that Beijing really desperately doesn't want us to have them, that tells you that we shouldn't throw up our hands in despair and say we're helpless. Because many people listening to this would probably say, oh, well, let's just go back to sleep and enjoy, eat, drink and be merry, because we can't do anything about tomorrow. You're not accepting that position. I'm not accepting that position. And you've set out 10 reasons, or 10 things we should do urgently now in the next 2 years. One wonders about the willpower, again, to get real, but keeping in mind that we're not despairing about the future. By definition, we're saying we can have those very powerful weaponry. The fact that they're effective is evidenced in the response to them out of Beijing. What should we do now? You set it out in your words. What should the priorities be for an incoming government? We're about to have an election that actually understands its first responsibility is to keep us safe.
Well, the first thing I would do is, and people say, well, where's the money coming from? You and I both know, John, how budgeting is done. This government has put 3 percentage points of GDP onto the size of government in 3 years. So you look at the work that people like Chris Richardson and others have done. You look at the national accounts. Off the back of the pandemic, the size of government in terms of the revenue that the Commonwealth collects and then disperses either through its own services and programs or that it disperses to the states and territories and to local government was about 25% of GDP. It is now in the last national accounts 28%. So every year in the last 3 years, we've added 1 percentage point, which is about $25 billion, to the size of government. So there are choices to be made. Now, people might argue the choices that have been made about aged care, childcare, roads, airports, infrastructure, NDIS are valid choices. Of course they are. But that's the point I made in the quote that you read out before. We can have those social benefits, but if you're then going to be coerced, suborned and subjugated through military attack, you lose those social benefits anyway because your overlord takes them off you. So funding 1 percentage point on defence should be eminently doable. It will involve reducing some of those other social programs. But John, it would only get us back to, if let's say we allocated another 1% of GDP tomorrow out of that 28% of GDP that's currently allocated to government, government would still be bigger than it was pre-pandemic. So in other words, there's a lot of fat based on the choices that we've been making about what we want to spend our money on. That's point one. Point two, people then say, but yeah, but there's such a long lead time. Those Block 7s, for instance, aren't coming anytime soon. True. What you could do is to flesh out and bulk up your current hollow force. So you touched on it with the ADF being 57,000, 14,000 in the Air Force, about 14,000 in the Navy, about 28,000 in the Army. Let's just take one example. Tomorrow, we could double our maritime surveillance capability with our magnificent P8 Poseidons. You'll recall from your time in government, we transitioned from the old P3 Orions to very capable P8 Poseidons, excellent ASW anti-submarine warfare aircraft, maritime surveillance. They've also got a long-range anti-ship missile capability. They are built on a 737 airframe. Now, you're an ex-aviation and transport minister. As you all know, companies that buy a 737 try to keep it in the air as much as possible because that's how they make their money. We have to ground our P8s because of crew limitations. So in other words, the plane flies its long mission, it comes home, the crew is fatigued, you've got to rest the crew, the plane stays in the hangar. If you double tomorrow the pipeline of aircrew, and let's say you move to a crewing ratio of 2 or 2.1 per aircraft, what you would do is that P8 would land, you'd refuel it, put a new crew on it, get it back out over the water, do its surveillance, come back, the crew that had flown the previous mission would be rested up, they'd fly off again. Simple things like that. That's not buying more aircraft. That's getting more utilisation. That's getting more effectiveness and efficiency out of our current airframe. So we can do a lot of that based on our current force. Increase your crewing ratios. Open up your bare bases in the north. Stock up your munitions. Stock up your inventory. There are lots of things you can do that don't rely on waiting for weapon systems that arrive in the 2030s. Now, there are some things that you can't do. We can't magically conjure up a submarine to cover the capability gap between now and the mid-2030s. So what do we do there? Well, I think we should be exploring, as the Ukrainians have shown brilliantly, military innovations like long-range autonomous underwater drones, which might only have one mission. So unlike those Virginias that might be able to perform 10 missions, you might say, until we get those, I'm going to have a long-range drone, an underwater drone, and all it does is goes off to kill ships. And I accept that it's not going to be able to do any other missions, and I'm going to get 20 of those. There are Australian companies now building those kinds of underwater drones. They cannot get a look in at the Defence Department because they say, well, we don't need these drones because we're getting the Virginias or the AUKUS boat after the Virginias, but we don't need anything immediately. That long-termism, so sometimes people talk about short-termism, that long-termism in defence is a way to kick things down the road, whereas what we should be doing is saying, how do you maximise the lethality, the effectiveness, the utilisation of our current assets in the next 24 months while we wait for these more exquisite, more multifunctional capabilities to arrive in the 30s and 40s.
Lee Kuan Yew, the famous and pretty powerful leader of Singapore for so long, that's turned it into a country where per capita income now is way above Australia's, which is astonishing to me when you think it's only a 50 or 60-year-old country that was initially very poor. But he, in about 2002 or 3, commented that China was becoming so powerful that it would only have to flex its economic and diplomatic muscle to pull others into line. It wouldn't even need military power. Well, we see now they've got military power as well, massive military power. And he said the only answer to that would be for everyone else in the region to absolutely knuckle down, ruck down together and say an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. That's not happening at the moment as I see it. You know, there's the Quad, there's a certain amount of activity going on, but it's still not as coordinated as it might be. For example, I think we could do more to show solidarity with the Philippines. You will have done some thinking around this area of diplomacy and how we club together and how we send a united message.
I think, yes, I have, John, and I think the answer to that conundrum is to accept right up front and to acknowledge it right up front in our dealings in our region that countries in the region do not want to make a choice as they see it between China and the US. So they say, Australia's got this great trading relationship with China, and it's got a military alliance with the Americans, and you're happy with that ambiguity. Well, we want to be in an even more ambiguous situation, unless you're the Philippines, because of that very direct, in-your-face confrontation that they're experiencing. I think Australia could actually take that to the bank and say, look, we've made our choice. We've got a military alliance with the Americans. We host facilities such as Pine Gap. We've got the Marines in Darwin. We do want to have a good relationship with the Chinese people, and we want to trade. But if push comes to shove, we want to harden ourselves and be hard to be able to resist, whether it's grey zone coercion, trade and economic coercion, sabotage, and ultimately, of course, military threat. We'd like to partner with you so that you don't have to make an existential choice between the Americans and the Chinese, but we want to partner with you so that if you do come under coercive pressure from the Chinese, we can help you in the way that we have managed these issues ourselves, the way in which we've resisted trade coercion. And in the case of the Philippines, we even want to help you with technical assistance, military training, cyber defence and the like. I think we've got so much opportunity to be going into the region with a very open approach, which acknowledges the fact that most countries do not want to make a binary choice between America and China, but they do want that safety net of support if they're going to be coerced by China. Now, what's stopping us from doing that, John? It's the lobster, the wine, the barley and the beef. We're so fixated now on having stabilised a relationship, which is a good thing in itself. Now we don't want to do anything to disrupt that. Well, in the meantime, the Chinese send naval task forces around us. They coerce us. They intimidate us in any way they want. I think we should take our trade and other relationships in the region, which goes back 100 years to when the Lyons government sent its first trade and diplomatic mission into Asia, and say, look, we're not asking you to sign a treaty with the Americans or indeed to align yourself with the Americans over the Chinese, but if you ever get in trouble, let's have the procedures, processes and capabilities in place now so that you can defend yourself against coercion. I think Australia would be welcome with open arms.
I'm a farmer. I'm very interested in that trade. It matters. I get its significance, but I'm always mindful that it was Henry Kissinger who observed a little trade lost can always be recovered. Freedom lost is lost forever.
Indeed.
Mike, we could talk forever. It's really a question of willpower.
Indonesia.
Look.
Under Australia's most expensive defence agreement, Australia is...
Seeing this is live, I want to read out this quick statement. We're very pleased with our meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio this afternoon. We came here to listen to the new administration and to be clear about what is important to New Zealand. Today we enjoyed a substantive and productive discussion with the Secretary across a broad range of issues. There's a lot happening in the Indo-Pacific and indeed our world. It's a seriously valuable time to be here in Washington, D.C. And we're talking to someone today who had a long career in foreign policy. It was very helpful to reconnect with him and his insights into what's going on. This has been a very successful visit to Washington, D.C., meeting with a wide range of representatives of the Trump administration. So we've had an excellent trip.
Minister, what specifically did you discuss with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio?
Well, we talked about our position, our long relationship, the trading circumstances going forward, the security circumstances going forward, and a wide range of issues with his team as well.
What specifically did he say regarding the trading relationship going forward? Many in New Zealand are worried about that, potentially tariffs imposed on New Zealand. Did he have anything to say?
Well, we shared some significant information. For example, that since 1870, we'd been asking about a trade agreement, and I pointed out to him how patient we were. On the matter of tariffs, we had set the standard 4 decades ago and other countries were catching up in terms of fairness. He understood that, so we came away much more confident than when we originally came here.
Obviously, this morning as well, there was a substantial phone call at the White House down the road from where you are between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. I understand that you got an update regarding that. What's your, I guess, assessment or response to the outcome of that meeting between Trump and Putin?
Well, he gave us a readout, but he made it very clear that these were the embryonic or putative talks going on. There's a lot more to be done. So that is something that will come in the weeks and months ahead. I can't say any more than that.
Were there any indications that New Zealand might have a role to play there?
No, that wasn't the part of the subject. We were talking about his conversation, or in the room of his conversation, with the leader of Russia.
Are these ceasefire talks going fast enough, Minister, do you think? I mean, New Zealand has skin in this game as well.
Well, look, the ceasefire is never fast enough. That's a sad thing. But we want a lasting ceasefire.
Do you think that's likely?
Yes, I do.
In terms of the meeting, did Secretary Rubio make clear any expectations of New Zealand?
Well, he did, but he had been well briefed by the security advisor to the president from yesterday's discussion. And as a consequence, we had a very wide-ranging, very meaningful meeting. We were seriously pleased with the outcome.
Are you able to enlighten New Zealanders as to what those expectations are?
No, it's a work in progress. We've got time down in the next few months to make sure that we bed those things in.
Did you get a sense from the Secretary what his main priorities in the Pacific will be over the next coming couple of years or few years?
Well, yes, we did. I mean, it's about things like security, trade, the capacity to trade. This is to do with our security. There's a lot of things to talk about. He's very much aware of the fact that we have a long-standing relationship with China, that we value our relationship with China when it comes to trade. But at the end of the day, we're talking about not just China, we're talking about the blue continent, the Pacific, in which we are a key player, and he recognises that.
And in terms of recognising that, what does that mean practically? How will they tangibly show that commitment to the Pacific?
How will who show the commitment?
The US.
Oh, well, you don't go into a meeting and ask everybody in the space of a meeting stretched out over the time he gave us, and we went over time. You can't ask them all those details in that short time. However, we have made some serious arrangements to keep our dialogue and conversation going in a very meaningful way.
Minister, sorry.
Did climate change come up as an issue?
No, I can't say it had in that context, no. We only had so much time.
In regards to the Pacific at all?
The climate change in the Pacific? Well, only from the point of view of things such as resilience measures, which is part of our aid program. The peripheries of that we briefly touched on. We could have been there for hours and hours, but we just didn't have, nor does he have the time.
Do you think that by coming here, having this face-to-face meeting, though, that there is that established relationship with Mr. Rubio, that you might be able to get some further assurances that there will be less cuts perhaps for the Pacific?
Look, we had put a lot Work in long before the American elections in 2024 to ensure that if this moment ever came, we'd be as best prepared as a country like New Zealand could possibly be prepared. I'm proud of the preparatory work we put in, proud of our ambassador and the staff, and we've hit the ground running.
Minister, you did this trip essentially last year as well, so it's almost like Groundhog Day. What's changed from your perspective from this trip compared to last trip, other than obviously the people you
Well, the government changed.
Yeah,
That's
other
why.
than the government, what's changed practically from New Zealand's perspective?
What's changed is there's been a lot of alarm comment by too many people about what it all means. And we've advocated from day one, let the dust settle. Let's find out what it all means. Caution is the name of the game here, and I'm pleased we've taken that position. Because we walk into a room having said nothing stupid. Thank you very much.
Just quickly, have you been briefed, or has the government got a position yet on these latest strikes from Israel, from Gaza?
The American government is so fresh in terms of that discussion that they couldn't tell us much more than they had found out themselves.
Does the New Zealand government have a position on it at this point?
Oh, look, the New Zealand government will have a position on it, but the first thing we're going to do is find out what it all means before we rush to make comment.
Would you consider it, you yourself, would you consider it a breach of the ceasefire?
Well, again, we've got to find out why this happened, what started it, what's the background. We are too frequently in politics, do I say it, even around the world, where people rush to judgment before they find out all the facts. We are seriously worried to find all the facts, and we'll let you know the moment we do.
Minister, sorry, just last question from you met with some high-ranking MAGA officials who were close to Donald Trump last night at dinner. What was discussed at that dinner?
Well, the marvelous thing about that conversation was they were giving us the benefit of their advice confidentially.
Would you...
Relationship. We have an independent foreign policy. They
set to purchase 3 to 5 Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines from the US in the 2030s. Then by the 2050s, Australia and the UK will develop a new nuclear submarine. According to Australian officials, 50 to 80 US Navy personnel will arrive over the next few months to Western Australia's HMAS Stirling base, which is undergoing a $5 billion upgrade to prepare for the nuclear-powered submarines. By 2027, those numbers will expand to hundreds of US Navy personnel and support crew. Let's listen again to Elbridge Colby's confirmation hearing.
I think we should be putting the military capabilities, especially that are relevant in the priority area, ships, submarines, missile defense assets, have to be focused on deterring a conflict over Taiwan. And if, God forbid, it happens, giving our soldiers and sailors and airmen and defenders and Marines the best shot.
So, Solon, it's never been explicit, but has AUKUS always been about, enabling Australia against China in support of the US, and therefore in support of the US in the Taiwan crisis?
That's not been openly said, but it's always the main concern for Australia, extended deterrence, because if it's traditional power submarine, once they reach the sea around Taiwan Island, it would be like there's only less than a week for them to operate. If it's a nuclear power, it can operate indefinitely over there. So that is one of the main concerns for replacing the old Collins class with the nuclear power attack submarine.
And Professor Hu, how do we assess into the mix Colby's comments? I mean, you seem to be thinking that it won't actually have an impact. You said that AUKUS will continue. Is that correct? So you believe that the US will deliver the nuclear power, the Virginia-class submarines in the 2030s? Okay, maybe I should address this to Solon then. So my question is, what has changed, Solon? Have the facts on the ground changed? Why is Colby saying this now when, it's such an extensive, expensive deal? They would have done the forecasts and the calculations.
I think they have changed on both sides of the calculation. On the Australian side, they don't have enough confidence in the current Trump administration as before in the Biden years. Just like every country nowadays, the European countries have no confidence in Trump's security commitment. So is Asian countries. That is including Australia. And I think also from the American side, they are finding their shipbuilding capability have been greatly downgraded over the years.
But that hasn't just happened in the last year, has it?
It happened dramatically during the COVID period. And that is not put into calculation when they first started the AUKUS deal. And now we are seeing there's a lot of subcontracting to the Japanese or the Korean shipbuilding company. But still, manufacturing a nuclear power submarine, that's a different thing. And now I think the speed of building a nuclear submarine has been slowed down to about half of the speed like before. So now the U.S. is short of its own nuclear fleet right now. It's about a quarter of short. So they have to make up the differences. That's the reason why Kobe is saying that maybe we cannot find a way to provide you Australia with the promised nuclear attack submarine as before.
So, Professor Hu, I want you to respond to those comments. So that calculation, the shipbuilding decline on the US side, was not factored in. Should it not be factored in now? Or do you disagree?
Well, I think the US still needs Australia to maintain a very strong presence in the Indo-Pacific. So Stirling Naval Base actually is closer to South China Sea, Pacific Ocean, and Taiwan. It's closer than Guam, for example. So why Australia willing to cancel a deal with France over their conventional submarine capability for a nuclear attack submarine is because nuclear submarine can stay longer, almost indefinitely under the water. It also have that stealth capability of which I think China is very wary about. So,
but if there is a choice, which is how Tong Lun put it, and also Colby puts it, isn't the choice to arm the US Navy rather than the Australian Navy?
I've read about how within Australia, when they were considering which nuclear propelled submarine they should go for, Japan was pop up as one of the options, but yet they did not go for it because the technology is not yet mature. Japan never export that technology to any other countries for their own use. And there is also a controversy about nuclear use in Japan as well, and in Australia actually. So the fact that they forego France, the cooperation with France, and went ahead with AUKUS is actually a very critical and crucial decision for Australia.
It was also a different prime minister, though, rather than being the same prime minister.
Yes, and we expect that the current prime minister would actually probably cancel the deal, but he did not, and he actually went ahead with the deal.
Tong Lun, if I could come back to Taiwan, so I wanted to get your understanding in Taiwan. So given all the lack of clarity over Trump's intentions with Taiwan's security that we in Taiwan have been feeling, what has been the impact of Colby's remarks about Taiwan defense?
One of the shock Colby's talk during the Congress hearing is that he said that Taiwan should raise its defense expenditure to 10% of GDP. Like he said about Australia, saying that Australia should keep up with the NATO standard, which is 3% of GDP. Now Australia is barely over 2%.
Which Taiwan is at.
Right. Now Australia only barely over 2%. So this is something that is quite a tremendous shock for Taiwan.
Right, but what I'm actually referring to is that he is talking about the US helping in Taiwan's defense.
Right.
Does that not change the dial slightly? Before his comments, there was no talk about this actually happening or the planning of it from Trump officials.
Mr. Colby is one of the officials that we call it among different factions within the Trump administration. It's called the prioritizers, meaning that this group of people want to focus on Taiwan and Asia defense more than what happened in Europe. They want to concentrate the resources back in Indo-Pacific areas. I think Kobe had elaborated very clearly during his hearing confirmations about how the neighboring countries should collaborate together to come to Taiwan defense if something happens.
So you don't think that with his position, future position, coupled with, what we know to be Hegseth's position, Mike Waltz's position, this doesn't change anything for Taiwanese?
But it's still up to the president who make the final decisions. We are still looking at what kind of so-called deal that President Trump is going to make in the future summit between the U.S. president and the Chinese president. And that is a political decision that would transcend or even outweigh the military calculation.
Absolutely. And also, as you pointed out, Colby talked about Taiwan coming to the table with 10% of GDP on defense spending.
These cunts have fucking lasers and shit.
Back in the fight. Only one enemy is left. Opponent revived. 30 seconds left. Only one enemy is left. Good. Your enemy is down. The other team leads. Let's motivate. Left, my friend. Seconds left. Opponent revived. Only one ally is left. Damn. You lost that. Not that. Wins the next. Opponents have the lead. Take it from them.
This is East Asia Tonight.
Good evening, I'm Otelli Edwards. Tonight's top stories. Cross-strait tensions set to rise after Taiwan plans to simulate a potential Chinese invasion in 2027 at this year's War Games, while also seeking deeper military cooperation with the U.S. South Korea and the U.S. are rapidly.
1 minute left, my friend. You are back in the fight. Only one enemy is left. Surround is yours. Good. Bye. Opponents have the lead. Take it from them. Only one Celebrate! I will join you! I will send your opponents to Shax's crucible to train. Perhaps they will fare better with little baby.
I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first sixth generation fighter jet. Number sixth generation.
Day for our United States Air Force. But air dominance needs to clear the sky. We tell this is allowing us.
Fighter jet for the Air Force today. We're talking about
fought in the future, or a bomber or both. In a situation, with Doge.
Fighter jet, number sixth generation. Nothing in the world comes even close to it. And it'll be known as the F-47. The generals picked a title. And it's a beautiful number, F-47. It's something for ability, next generation air and for and calling
industry and with the government, our engineers.
China will fucking dig us pretty soon.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. Today, something completely different, something that I have absolutely no idea about, which is going to change today. We're at a circuit that I've never been to before. This is called Koda Circuit. It's in Nagoya. It's actually close to, I think, Okazaki and Toyota, believe it or not. And that kind of has some relevance for today. In motorsport, I feel like there's maybe three categories that we all think about, right? There's grip racing, there is drifting, and then there's rally, which is, I guess, arguably a combination of those two things together and everything else. And it's something that I've always been interested in since the first time that I ever played a World Rally Championship game on a PSP in the backseat of my parents' car while we traveled around Australia. So today we are here with the Toyota GR division to learn about rally and see what they're doing with the younger generation to get them involved.
Without Supra, I couldn't be a master driver.
This is Akio Toyoda, the chairman of Toyota. In the past few years, he has shared to the world his passion for cars. He's developed many cars that all of us, myself included, love today. He is so involved in driving in motorsports that it is very common that you will see him at events giving passenger rides to fans. But probably one of the main things that he's always been clear about is his vision for nurturing the next generation of drivers. Today we are here with the Toyota Gazoo Racing team for the Morizo Cup Challenge Rally Training Day. This is Zeal, and he's from New Zealand, somewhat close to home. I got to say, man, it is good to see someone kind of from that area. I want to say, like, just being able to speak English with you and also like the accent, it's cool.
Yeah.
What are you doing here in Japan?
Yeah, look, it's a bit different for us to be here from New Zealand, but I'm half Kiwi and half Japanese, so I'm able to compete in this championship as Japanese, and it may not look like it or sound like it, but it's there. So we've got a Japanese passport, and we're ever growing, and I've done schooling over here and stuff. So
awesome.
Come back to our heritage a little bit, and the opportunity here is massive. So we've been fortunate enough to work with Disco Racing this season. Got a great offer with them, but also still working back home in New Zealand with some great partners and sponsors to help us this year afford an international journey. So yeah, it's pretty cool and a long way from home, but we're looking forward to it.
That's great. So how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
20.
20 years old. And how long have you been driving for?
So I've done quite a traditional route of karting from about 8 for several years, 6 years or so, and then we moved into rallying when I was about 16. So this is I've done 3 years, and this year's my 4th. So we've progressed through the ranks in New Zealand and being able to be in some great cars and do some great results as well. And last year we were fortunate enough to be a part of the WRC Challenge program last year and make it all the way to the final in Finland. And fortunately we didn't make it this year, but that's our goal this year, and I think competing here in Japan will help our chances for the program next year. So that's our main goal is to come over and win the championship and earn our ticket in Finland.
Because if you do well in the Morizo Challenge, that gives you another ticket back to that training thing to get into WRC.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. Well, wishing you good luck, man.
Thanks, man.
It's cool to see a New Zealander over here doing cool things.
Cheers.
In 2024, Akio Toyota launched the Morizo Challenge Cup. This is a rally competition by Toyota Gazoo Racing, which is part of the All Japan Rally Championship. Their goal is to develop young drivers for the World Rally Championship, WRC. The competition uses GR Yaris's with a very strict modification limit. The goal with this is to emphasize driver skill and team strategy over vehicle performance. The top performers of the series will earn their chance to train in Finland with the Toyota Gazoo Racing World Rally team. But hang on a second, I'm new to rally, and I have absolutely no idea what it is. I've seen it on TV, played it in a couple of random games, but I don't know the rules, I don't know how it works, and there's a good chance, if you're watching this, that you're probably the same. So, I did what anyone else would do in this day and age, which is I jumped on the internet, I went to ChatGPT, and I asked it, what is rally? And this is what it had to say. Rally motorsport is one of the most thrilling and unpredictable forms of racing on the planet. Unlike circuit racing, where drivers race wheel to wheel on closed tracks, rally takes place on public or private roads. Gravel, tarmac, snow, you name it, turned into challenging rally stages. Drivers and co-drivers work together as a team, racing against the clock through remote and often extreme environments. It's raw, it's rugged, and it's all about conquering nature. So how does rally actually work? Rally events are split into multiple time stages. Each team starts separately, and the driver is guided by a co-driver reading pace notes, detailed instructions that describe every twist, turn, and hazard ahead. The fastest combined time across all stages wins. But it's not all about speed. Strategy, precision, and endurance play a huge role, especially with unpredictable weather and terrain constantly shaking things up. That's rally motorsport. Unpredictable, fast, and endlessly exciting. And now that you're up to speed just like I am and you know what rally is now, let's get back to it. So I'm here with two incredible people. We've got Mikko and we've also got Janne. All right, did I pronounce your names right? Yeah? That's perfect? Awesome. So why don't you just, for those that are watching that don't know who you are, give us a quick introduction of who you are, what you do, what you've accomplished, and we'll go from there.
I had quite a long career in World Rally. I did 13 years in the World Rally Championship, and I retired 2014, and now a few years I've been part of the driver coaching in Toyota Challenge. How do you say this? Toyota Challenge program. Challenge program. That was the word.
The challenge program.
Yeah. Now I've been coaching them for a few years.
Fantastic. And you?
Yeah, I'm Janne, and also participating in WRC level. It's only 7 years comparing to Mikko. I retired last year, and then more or less I came to this Mauritia Cup program, and I do some also things in Finland for the Challenge Cup program.
Okay. He's been modest. He's really all-around guy. Helping a little bit everybody everywhere.
All right. So I think I believe you're a driver and you're a co-driver. Is that correct? And for those of you I'm coming into this completely new, right? A co-driver, is there any point where you get to drive the car or anything like that, like exchanging position, or you're...
Because I don't know how to drive the car.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Only from the airport to the hotel and back. That's it.
Okay. So I am a driver, and I struggle to understand what made you want to sit in the passenger seat and direct people.
That's quite easy, because when you don't know how to do those things which these professionals are capable to do, so it's easier to be sit on the side and just show the ride.
Okay. Do you have a lot of trust in the driver? Like for you to do your job properly, do you have to 100% trust him?
Of course, way too much they have trust on the driver. Quite often like this.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
Of course you have to have the trust then.
All right.
But it's both ways. I mean, the driver has to trust your co-driver
as well, right?
Whatever he says, I have to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
He says flat right, well, then it's flat right. I go flat because he said it, that's how it is. So it's both ways.
It's both ways?
Yeah.
So I'm Naotake. I'm Japanese driver. I'm 24 years old. This year I will drive GR Yaris, and we will do Morizo Challenge Cup.
How many years have you been driving in rally for?
I've been driving 10 years since I was 14.
14.
Yeah.
So you didn't have a driver's license then?
No, so I was driving on in the circuit.
Yep.
So there is some gravel circuit.
Gravel circuit.
After I got the license, I've been doing rallying 6 years now.
6 years. What's your goal in the future? What series do you want to compete in and get a trophy in?
Of course, I want to get WRC championship.
Nice. I like to hear that. And this whole entire time of your driving career, you've always driven rally? You didn't start with go-karting or grip racing?
No. In Japan, there is some gravel time attack, like rally sprint.
Okay.
So I was doing that. It's like I'm gravel man.
Gravel man. Okay.
私は大学生の時からモータースポーツを始めたので、今9年目くらいになります。
今何歳ですか？
今29歳です。はい。
なんでラリーが好きですか？
ラリーは今年初めてやるんですけど、去年から富士スピードウェイでレースを始めました。なのでまだラリーのことはあまりよく知らないので、今年ちょっとチャレンジして頑張りたいなと思ってます。なるほど。でももう今こうやってトレーニングに参加してるだけでもすごい楽しいので、今からワクワクしてます。
すげえ。 The coaches that are here today will communicate and give feedback to each and every driver that's there. They're going to give them advice according to their skill level so that they can help them improve. So I'm here with Hasegawa-san, who's one of the engineers here today, and he's going to explain to us a little bit about the cars, the regulation, and everything to do with what makes this a rally car for the Morizo Challenge. So please tell us.
Almost all modification is prohibited by regulation of Morizo Challenge Cup. So you have to use normal air cleaner, normal engine, and normal exhaust system.
Okay. So everything has to be stock?
Yes.
Okay.
Same as out of the factory.
Okay, straight out of the factory. So buying a car off the lot from the dealership has to be the same?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can only change brake system and absorber and suspension.
So the coilover, right?
Yes. And,
okay.
Anti-roll bar.
Oh, and roll bars too. Okay.
You have to install safety equipment.
Yeah. Okay.
Like roll bar, or seat.
Yep.
Or
The Amart Lounge sale has been extended. Save 20 to 50% off all lounges,
sofas and recliners.
The harness.
Yes.
Okay. And then can you explain, is this a trip timer or what is this called?
Yes, this is trip meter.
A trip meter. Okay. And this is what tells them in each section, like sector, how fast they're being, right? And then the co-driver is in charge of controlling that as well. Interesting. Oh, what's this? Is this something that's regulation too?
Yes, this is just same as normal parking brake, but only.
So you just add an extension bar on it. Okay. So you're not allowed a hydraulic handbrake.
Just wired brake.
Okay.
Only change. Only lever was changed.
Okay. That's very interesting. And then the back of the car, I think, is the most interesting part for me. Because these cars are driven on normal roads, if they get a flat tire or something, they need to be able to change it, right? But the tools in the back can't be flying around and hitting anyone in the car because that would be dangerous. And everything is according to the JAF standard here, right? JAF. So everything is bolted down, but in a quick release form. So you can see the impact's down in there. That can't fly around and cause any trouble. The jack is locked in place. Look at that. And that pops up and on. And then any kind of spare helmets or anything, the harness devices are in these special like cage systems. Now underneath that is actually the spare tire. And that's strapped in on top of this rail, so it's easy for you to pull out. Also, I think there's some benefit to the weight distribution with where that is as well, but I thought that was really cool, really smart. This stuff would, like, making stuff like this for your impact to go into is really cool, I think. And then the flares are there too, in case you're on the street, because you need to use those in Japan for shucking. That's just like what you do if you're broken down on the side of the road. That's really cool. Thank you so much for explaining everything.
Thank you very much.
It's really cool that it's pretty much a stock car with just, you know, you can change suspension, you can change the brakes, and roll bars. That's it. And all the safety stuff. Something I find really inspiring is not only are there young drivers here, but there are people getting close to pushing 30 that have already been driving in some other type of motorsport that are now transitioning into rally. And why does that get me excited? I've kind of hinted to it a little bit, but I've been getting more and more interested in trying out rally. You might be wondering why, but I just think that there is so much to learn from rally that it just makes a lot of sense. And it also looks like a lot of fun. But then the number one thing that I have thinking in my mind is who would be my co-driver? And then I was thinking, why not May? Break! That might seem a little crazy to you guys to have your wife be your co-driver, but I just can't stop thinking about all the hilarious clips that are going to come from it of her just screaming at me if I make a wrong turn. What got you into rally?
Like one thing is like rally has such a long tradition, so motorsport has such a long tradition in Finland, and it's still fairly easy when you are younger to go places where you can drive like you know, in winter time lakes are frozen, fields are frozen, and like I was only 6 years old when, you know, we were living just next to the lake, and I had the opportunity to drive on the frozen lakes, and it's the same for many young people, and there's a lot of competition, so a lot of races, so that's how it kind of builds up. And for me, it was early age that I just wanted to drive cars.
How old were you when you started driving?
I was just 6.
6 years old.
On the lake, so.
On the lakes, just like sitting on your dad's lap kind of thing,
Yeah,
and driving around?
That's how many drivers are starting nowadays. So.
Wow. Yeah, that's
cool.
awesome.
It was cool, and still is. I still like to go in the frozen lakes and sit on my father's lap. You can edit that away.
I gotta leave that in there. That was great. This is Jonen, and you've been here coaching the drivers here as well. What did you think about today?
Yeah, it was well prepared by the teams. The cars are looking good, and also very valuable day for the guys to find the last setup for the things for the coming rally. So I think the rotation went well. There's nice kilometers for everyone, and getting more understanding about the setup changes and so on. So positive day.
I have to apologize because I didn't introduce you at all, but could you tell us what series you drive in and what you've done in the past and a little bit about yourself?
In early days, I started rallying and started to drive as a young boy, also from the fields and the lakes, and then doing mostly Finnish Rally Championship and but different categories and many years. And now, last 50 years, I have been as a coach for mostly for the young guys, and happy to work for the Kasu Racing team and also here in the Motors Cup.
Awesome. Now, do you three guys think that it's still possible for someone to get into rally even if they're, say, you know, in their 30s or late 40s or something? Do you think it's still something that someone could get into?
Of course. There is no age limit in this.
There's no age limit?
No.
And do you think it's easy to transition from another motorsport, whether that's like grip racing or drifting, like with what I do?
I would say that it does help if you have some kind of a background from motorsport. It doesn't need to be rallying, but like some guys who've been doing Formula One or even enduro motocross, you know, they have this kind of they will get the feeling like what the bike or the car is doing. So that helps.
Fuck!
Drifting, you know how to react and when you need to catch it up or what to do with the brakes or throttle. I think it helps.
Yeah.
If you don't have any background, it takes more time to learn all those things, but you know, I think it might help quite a bit.
All right, awesome. Well, I'm definitely going to be hitting you guys up for some advice if I get into this. It was a pleasure to meet you all. All right, dude, I'm down for that. Let's get some studded tires and have some fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to meet three of you, and it's really cool to see that you guys are here helping the younger generation get involved in this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today was an incredible experience. I learned so much, not just about, you know, car control and things like that, and also about rally, but just team management and how the teams operate and stuff like that as well. I'm really excited to take what I've learned today and apply it to what we're doing with Formula Drift Japan, but also I'm excited about learning something new with rally. Rally has really piqued my interest for a long time, and it's brought back all these memories of when I used to play that game in the backseat of my parents' car. And I never really understood what was going on. All I wanted to do was just play the racing game and race the cars. But now I'm starting to understand what some of the things were that I was doing in the game, if that makes sense. But anyways, I really enjoyed today. Let me know in the comment section if you want to see more of this rally stuff in Japan. Today was obviously a training day, but next weekend is the round one for the Morizo Challenge. The Morizo Challenge has many rounds all across Japan, but I think it'd be really cool to go to one of them and actually watch the competition and the round and let you guys experience it, because rally in Japan, I feel like, is something that hasn't really been covered before, and I think it would be really, really cool to give you guys that inside look of what's going on with that car culture here in Japan and how the motorsport is really starting to take off here. If you're interested in rally, I highly recommend next time you plan your trip to Japan, try to plan them off the dates of the Morizo Challenge so that you can go and see a round and then obviously experience all the onsens or all the attractions and stuff and the culture within that area close to the round. I think it's a really good thing to kind of, like, you know, two birds, one stone, as they say. But anyways, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Like, comment, share, subscribe. If you're interested in the Morizo Challenge, link in the description.
Fucking hell.
Fancy Feast. Culinary inspired. Cat adored. With a wide range of delicious recipes, Fancy Feast gives you more ways to show your love. Fancy Feast. Love
They're
is
both
in the
from
details.
both fucking sides. Look, they all come like fucking out of the
Milo
fucking
cereal.
woodwork.
Crunch it up, slurp it up, mix it up.
Fuck!
Tied match point. This is it. Show me.
Dude, that was fucking annoying. To the lighthouse again. Let's go!
Welcome to the lighthouse. This place is for fire people who get skilled in psychic and the best That means you. Congratulations. Your victory bears rewards. Go. Take them. Use what you have learned. Fight your way to the top. And soon, I will see you again and again. Those you have triumphed over will look to your example for guidance from hope. These will be precious tools in the trying times to come. Fight, win, fight again. This is your duty. I am so proud of every fire team I see climb those stairs. I will. Always good to see another hero of the tower. Welcome back. Here to forge your light. Even steel needs sharpening. The next time bullies come crashing on our gates, I'm going to be the answer. This is not a purchase, friend. It is the gift of a journey. These journeys help us grow. Titans are strong, but only lift others when they feel weakness. This life can take its toll. Come to me if you need to talk. Listen to your goat. Smart goat.
checking your earth and straightening up. That's it. Handbrake up.
Can't get out of the car to do your shopping?
Boruto 2 Blue Vortex finally revealed Sarada's Mangekyo Sharingan and its power. This is a Suzuki level busted, more so than Kamui and anything we have ever seen. But it's deeper than that. Chapter 19 flipped the story of Naruto on its head. It's no longer about the cycle of hatred, but the cycle of love. Every inch of the story is connected to it. Even Sarada's Mangekyo Sharingan, as chapter 20 confirmed that she considers Boruto the most special person in the world. Essentially, during the fight against Ryu and Mitsuri, everything unfolds. We all know these guys are complete fodder against Shinju, considering how absurd the power scaling has gotten. Konohamaru over here, he's a walking L. We don't expect anything from him, and he's about to get packed up. All of you in our chapter 18 review said you would have taken the option of death by Snoo and would have smashed this alien entity for the greater good. It's a worthy sacrifice you're willing to do. However, Trashimaru over here, he doubles down on telling Mitsuri that she's not his Pookie, instead stating that it doesn't feel right to call him Chan with affection. He tries to stay true to his feelings, but this results in the Shinju crashing out. She pretty much rages, stating that he's selfish. Remember that these beings are like overpowered infants trying to understand the world, and the feelings of love that they gain from whoever they clone from. As a result, Mitsuri states the love she feels for Konohamaru is both painful and amazing at the same time, like a double-edged sword. In Boruto, love fuels every character risking everything for those they cherish, often leading to painful yet meaningful moments. And we then learn something very important, people. The prediction jutsu was correct all along. Whilst Mitsuri claims to eat Konohamaru to get rid of this feeling, Jura farms aura, referring back to Inijin making a stupid-ass decision to fight him despite being powerless, useless, fodder, irrelevant, means nothing to the story. Okay, maybe I went a bit too far. But what I'm basically trying to say, as Jura is exploring the world, he observes that humans are peculiar when it comes to the emotion of love, which results in them making foolish decisions. This dude binge read all the lore of Naruto from the library, where he realized that the idea of love is the downfall of humanity, so the Shinju have to overcome it. Sarada and Mitsuki are fighting Ryu, the clone of Shinki. He gave a sword imbued with his chakra to manipulate Iron Sand, so that they can protect Garo, right? And we all know how that turned out. But guess what? Yet another love story is brewing. Yodo has feelings for Shinki. This is heavily tied to Sarada activating her Mangekyo Sharingan and showcasing its power. The team is absolutely fodderized and bamboozled, even with the handicap of deactivating Ryu's Iron Sand. Simply put, they are too weak to handle someone as strong as Itsuki. Mitsuki's Sage Mode amounts to nothing, and even when Sarada remembers that she's an Uchiha, finally utilizing Fireball Jutsu combined with Chidori to blitz him, nothing works. This just highlights how Shikamaru stated they were walking cubs that can literally destroy the planet if they wanted to. So with them completely flopping, Boruto chimes in with Kashin Koji asking if they can even win, where Ada confirms that it's not time for our MC to save the day just yet. But I'm sitting here reading the manga, wondering if they are sure about that, because the Trashimaru name ain't going nowhere. Bro loses the fight against Mitsuri instantly. She basically says, since we ain't gonna smash or make love per se, I might as well just eat you. So he gets packed up like we all expected, and and is about to die.
Nothing new, nothing changed, same old shit.
But in typical Naruto fashion, we get the 5th flashback. Yeah, the 5th flashback to a moment that just happened 2 bloody chapters ago about Shikamaru stating they need to betray the Shinju after gaining their trust. Which, by the way, is definitely going to be a mistake as it deviates from Naruto's ninja way. Konohamaru activates his talk no jutsu and yaps to Mitsuri that talking to each other was the best time of her life. Remember that she was only born like 2 days ago, so talking to a random guy, obviously is gonna be the best time of her life. She hasn't experienced anything. So after raising her up, Konohamaru asks her to do him a favor for their special relationship to start. Now Mitsuri, she can't resist. Tears still flowing out of her eyes, she succumbs to this unknown feeling of love. As she grabs Konohamaru's hands, she blushes thinking how warm it is. This is literally the best moment for her. But it wasn't warm because of his feelings. Nah. My man was charging up chakra. Konohamaru dishes out a double giant Rasengan, obliterating Mitsuri without any hand signs. This has to be one of the best panels of Boruto's manga. But did it work? No, of course it didn't. This guy's not gonna get rid of the Trashomaru name. He has to stick to it. It's his brand at this point.
This is trash.
So despite his plan being perfect, his heart wavered for a second, and so he wasn't able to give it his all, allowing Matsuri to retaliate in return. Throughout all of this, Jura is locked in, observing everything that's happening, and even feeling what Matsuri does. Hence, he starts to cry as well. But ABD, what does this mean? Well, Jura's ability of Ninshu is so high that he resonates with the other Shinju. He is the direct incarnation of the tail beast as stated in chapter 14, so everyone else is like his children, where we finally learn their true objective. Jura understands how powerful love is, hence why in chapter 19,
Hi-oh. Wait, I just joined the squad. Why does it say I'm gonna be fucking kicked? Who the fuck blew that up? Moving up now.
Come to me, please. Put a red rally boy.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, everyone else locked their squads or whatever. It's ridiculous.
The objective has been locked down.
Can't see shit. Too fucking far. Plus the me graphics will be cooked as well. Oh. One dude dead front.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was shooting you, eh? Didn't even see me.
Yeah.
Too much tunnel vision.
You saved me, man.
Yeah. Fuck. I have to bandage him. Die.
Мне нужен врач! Помогите, я ранен!
Enemy armor.
Yep.
I've got a C4.
It's moving. You can't catch it.
It's alright, it'll stop.
One day. Fuck.
Where's this bloody vehicle? Can't see it. Here. Stay low, come left a bit more.
Oh.
Stay low. He's in the tree in front of us.
I died. Mushy mushy. No. Huh? Is it raining? No. Oh, good. I've got some washing on out the back. Could you go and grab it all, please? Okay. Because it looks like it's going to rain soon. Really soon. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, anyway, bye. If you can get it all off both lines, please. Yeah. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Picking you up.
Thanks, medic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coulter.
Shoot that helicopter!
Touch me.
What the fuck was that?
What are we shooting? Talk to me.
We're in danger of being overrun.
Enemy, watch out for the enemy inside this head.
Oh!
Oh, what the hell? Frogman says sorry for team killing you.
Cool, people are joining.
Let's go, boys. Let's get out there. Come on. Let's go, boys. Oh, I need ammo. Oh.
Fragging. Oh, the Habs over here. Fuck. Habs over this way. Near 4. They got a logi, they got a logi.
How the fuck is he not dead? How is he not dead? How are you not dead? What?
Shit.
What the fuck? How is he not? What?
Why would you bring me into this horrible world?
I just put like 8, 9 mil rounds into a guy with my pistol and he stuck.
Where's this fucking Hab? Is there a Hab?
Holy fucking super hog. Has to be a happy.
Yeah, clear this house.
Yeah,
clear this
thanks,
house.
man. Fuck you, Clifford.
Dead up here.
Where'd you get shot from?
Just north.
Oh, you cleared. Cool. Fucking hell, these guys.
Whoa! What the fuck?
Sorry.
Trigger happy. Trigger happy.
Oh, mate. Mate, I was having a yarn to my mate on Discord and you scared the shit out of me.
I should have said boo. You would have shot me then. Ah!
Oh, there we go. Good. Ah! Too easy, boys. Good shit, boy. 14. GG, lads.
America #1! They actually picked it.
We did it, Reddit. Give me a.
Top middle, top middle. Turkey, turkey, turkey. Top middle.
Bottom middle.
Top middle, top middle, top middle. Top middle, turkey.
Bottom middle, bottom middle, bottom middle, bottom middle, bottom middle.
Maybe we can go and get the like, bottom.
Why are we the gobble gobbles? Gobble gobble! They are Tucky. Tucker. Tucker.
Görmüş. Görevimiz hedef alanlarını emniyete almak. Harekete geçin.
That's a big ass fucking skirmish map. Tucky, Tucky, Tucky. Tucky. Tucky, Tucky, Tucky. Shit. I want that one. Fuck, dude, we picked the wrong fucking thing, man. Fuck.
No, I respawned.
Whoa, what the fuck?
You don't just pick a. You don't need to respawn, bro. Join another squad of Caslot.
Oh, fuck
Don't
off.
respawn. Join another squad
Yeah,
of
bro.
Caslot.
Pretty fucking AIDS.
Who did that?
You don't have to respawn, bro. You can take up the fucking box.
Sissy
Don't
something.
respawn.
His name.
Change the kill off the toolbox behind you.
Caslot, just join a squad and make one.
Please don't kill yourself. Reach out for help.
What? Just give one to the new lads.
Oh, I fucking hate it. Doesn't have a fucking squad leader.
Team leader
Nah,
this
he's
one.
gone. He got kicked. I snitched his ass out. Cause fuck him, bro. I've had it too many times.
Oh, good.
That's fair.
Skirmish.
Old mate, are you going to take squad lead? You're a medic.
Yeah, no, I really don't want to unless someone else wants it.
The other, they left or got kicked.
I'll just.
How are they shooting?
Yeah.
That's our shit though.
I'll just fucking do it.
I think it's glitched.
We need it. Let's get in the transport.
What's glitched? What was that?
There's sounds.
The sounds. The sounds. Nah, bro. That ain't glitched. That cunt's fucking letting up the range.
Oh, he is shooting.
So, okay, I never thought of.
Jump in the truck, people. 20 seconds.
Like in space glitched.
I think it's a bug.
There's no truck.
No, it's probably.
Fuck it.
Which truck yet? No, over here.
The transport. No, you're going the wrong way.
Someone's hacking.
Nah, he's just sitting on the boundary.
You're all getting in some other dude's truck.
Who cares? We need to get in a truck.
Already lost fucking 3 tickets. Dude, what are you doing, you dumb cunt? Fucking.
Whoa, what's the language? Just chill.
You have to go the other way. It's the edge of the map. Oh yeah, do that then. Can you put mortars in this?
In the truck?
No, not in the truck. Like actual Mortars and 50s.
Oh right. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
You can just mortar the bastards.
Oh, I'm a fucking rifleman. What? I don't want to give people ammo.
Oi! Give me ammo, boy. Where's me ammo, boy?
I'm a fucking medic by trade, bro. This ain't my thing. Haven't you?
No, we don't need it yet.
I know.
No contacts.
I play medic every time. I didn't even realize I was.
I'll give you a reason to put down the ammo bag. Hold on.
Oh,
What
murder!
the fuck with driving this shit?
Alright, let's do it. Up in, boys.
That was murder.
Vehicular manslaughter. Get in. Get in.
Get the fuck in,
Take
guys.
your time, brother. Take your fucking. Oh, get back in the goddamn truck, you Gronk.
Is it
Okay,
full?
fuck you.
Full.
Get in that one. Oh, none.
Oh, what?
Enemies!
Fuck it. Come on. Boot, no.
Stuck.
Hit me.
Yay.
Thank you.
We're still stuck.
Still
You
stuck.
just made it work.
There's enemy.
Oh well. It's not far of a run, lads.
Full charge?
I was almost gonna make it out of there before.
Oh
he hit
shit.
me.
Ow. Fuck. Medic.
You must stand for
You might have to put in the key binds. Thanks, Scotty. How the fuck can they... Oh my god. How the fuck can they see you through the fucking water? Through the color... Fucking... I don't know. Fuck! Somehow they're shooting through fucking walls or whatever. They can see me. Somehow they can fucking see me. I don't know how, but they can. Nobody can see him. Oop.
They're coming from the mountain.
There's mountains everywhere. And plus they're not digging the hab, so yay.
Hedefine geçirdik. Fazla bir şeyleri kalmadı. Zorlamaya devam edin.
They must be close because they keep trying to nade us.
Hey, Yukinta, can you take that Logi back to main?
Okay.
Do you want us to spawn off nade squad lead? Or?
Hey?
Do you want us to spawn off main or?
Yeah, if you spawn on main with me, because we're going to take that truck that Yukinta's bringing back, and then we'll try and get a hab up.
Yeah, copy. Oh, squad lead, I think that Logi was the one that got stuck in the wall, isn't it?
It is too.
You just have to unflip it. Or just move over to the left or right.
Oh, he's got it? Oh, he's got it! He's got
There
it!
you go.
Yay!
Taxi! 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 The turkey taxi!
Got so many bogeys on my position.
Why are you whispering, bro?
I don't know.
You look sus there, sir. Could be a traitor.
The radio is on me.
Yo. Jump in. Let's just move to here and build a hab there. Actually no, fuck it. Move to Syed. Risk it.
Isn't that where we got wrecked last time? We're gonna die!
Yeah, stop here, stop here, stop here, stop here. Just pick it back up to those buildings on our left. We'll build a hab here. I just don't want to fucking risk it.
I don't think there's any friendlies on saying about it, though, with Casper.
compound we're in right now is marked as it's got an enemy infantry, so keep your eyes up.
Alright, unload.
Never seen a map with not one hab on it before. What has happened?
It got knocked down.
Is that enemy vehicle? Or not?
Come build these up.
Pass me a PR, please.
Try 250. It's 250. The range.
Sorry, what are you doing?
I need a tip from my enemy hat.
Squad, load. Can you accept?
I need
Bring that.
please.
Bring that truck here, unload it all, or unload all the ammo, and I'm going to take it back to main.
Can we put a mortar? Mortar the pricks?
We're not.
Is that
You don't want one across the river or something? You want it here?
Yeah, actually, unload that Logi. We'll put some mortars here. Where do you want the mortar?
I don't care.
I'll be here all day. Ah, I can't put any down.
Did you?
Enemy north, enemy north.
Is it red?
North 001. 011.
No, it's not even there. Maybe we can't put mortars down.
Oh, it's skirmish. I don't think you can.
Ah.
Hand-to-hand combat, motherfuckers! Watch back, watch back.
Actually, you know what? Let's fucking fortify this.
Put some 50s up.
No, I can't put them down either.
Close, close.
Hedef kaybedildi. Tekrar söylüyorum. Hedefi kaybettik.
Hello? Where's your key? You put a bunker. A mortar bunker.
Oh, fuck, I built the wrong thing. Oh well.
We can dig it down.
Yeah, do that.
Dig it down, dig it down.
Do not.
Yeah, nice.
Why
Why are you digging it down?
Because it's the wrong thing. It wasn't supposed to
Oh,
build this.
I thought it was a radio.
What's that thing that gives you like an elevated firing platform? That's what I was trying to do.
Ops. I think it's the one, I don't know, top left. Hold on, give us FTL, I can have a look too. Yeah, I got it. Oi, move. Come back here. You get stuck. Out.
I'm just gonna go do a logi run.
Yeah. Look out, you didn't get stuck. Oh, no, you're good. Why can't I jump up? I see everything. What is that? Oh, it's a truck. Where?
Bütün birimlerin dikkatine. Hedef güvence altına alınıyor.
What are you shooting at?
Hedef emniyete alındı. Tekrar ediyorum. Hedef emniyete alındı.
Hey, nice. Easy escape. Easy.
Damn, we had it out in the middle, boys. Did good.
How the fuck did we get top
score
score?
for like 3 minutes. For 4 minutes, we didn't lose a single ticket. Nice.
Yo, Kigo, how was the command comms, dude? I've been hearing that they were fun.
I think I was the only one yelling.
He states how it can cause serious troubles in life forms and cannot be overlooked, which is why their instinct is screaming in warning. Jura's prediction was spot on. Mitsuri wavered over devouring Konohamaru, allowing him to trick her, and likewise, Konohamaru fell prey to doubt, letting victory slip away from his hands. This results in Jura seeing love as a dangerous weakness, and being a new conscious sentient being, this weakness needs to be addressed as soon as possible. He had first-hand experience in feeling this love through his own pull towards Naruto, who throughout the world is the anomaly that united everyone through Ninshu. Naruto was even able to unify the previous incarnation of the Tail Beast, accepting them as more than just a weapon. He even learned their names, right? He even forgave Pain after his massacre. Naruto then changed the heart of Obito. So, Naruto is literally impossible to not love, and Jura is no exception. Remember when others said to Shikamaru that Naruto would never approve of their actions? Well,
Vodafone's just doubled its network coverage. To celebrate, get double.
Well, deviating, this means Hidari needs to kill Sarada, Mamushi needs to kill Ada, Ryu needs to kill Gaara, of course, Jura needs to kill Naruto and Himawari. However, one thing Jura fails to understand is that love also has the power of strength. And this is where Sarada's Mangekyo Sharingan ties into the story. Tobirama established in chapter 619, Uchiha feel love more than others. Their eyes activate a special chakra in their brain to unlock their powers further. Boruto chapter 20 finally revisits this, as Yodo, after joining the Donut Club and being the most useless ninja in existence that I've ever seen in a mission, she completely botched it. The whole reason they started losing is because of this stupid bitch. I'm sorry, I just had to say that and I had to vent my feelings to you guys because I have to be honest with you guys. Let me know what you think in the comments. While she is dying, she copies the whole flow of Dragon Ball Z when Android 16 is talking to Gohan about love and unleashing his true power. Her sensory powers get overloaded, so she starts to sense something in Sarada in her subconscious, and she does a final talk no jutsu, giving her the final push she needed to use the power she was hiding from everyone.
He copied my whole fucking flow. That kissed me through the phone. He copied my whole fucking flow. Word for word, bar for bar.
Now, the big question in everyone's mind is that Sarada awakened this Mangekyo Sharingan ages ago. So why didn't she use it? Well, the truth is way deeper. Sarada wasn't just holding back her Mangekyo Sharingan, she was holding back herself. When Sarada first awakened it, it wasn't out of battle rage or revenge. It happened because she desperately wanted to save Boruto. Nothing could
مرحبا بك إلى أرض المعركة أيها القائد.
You're not a fucking real Muslim.
could help him. Nobody could stop what was happening. But her emotions, the overwhelming need to protect Boruto no matter what, forced her Mangekyo to awaken. And that's where the conflict begins, people. Sarada's dream is to become Hokage, just like Naruto. And what does a Hokage do? They protect everyone equally. No special treatment, no favoritism. That's why Sarada refused to accept what her heart was telling her. Because if she admits that Boruto is different, that he matters more.
You're watching YouTube, but did you know there's a YouTube music app where you can listen to ad-free playlists based on whatever mood you're
Leaves it to be like convinced else that Mangekyo Sharingan she exalted Boruto, but she will never do that.
Such a thing.
And that's a promise. And Mangekyo don't know you decide is Waki Daro Naruto and a philosophy why she should even entire world was
Right, that's 8. Centurion can just park his mortar techie and then grab another one while it rearms.
Wait, what?
When you finish using that, you can just take it back to rearm and grab another one that's left there. And start firing again.
Yeah. Yeah. Ugh. $232. They have a lab on the main road. Motherfuck. Fuck.
Got it. Enemy infantry on the cement plant.
They have a lab main
Squad 5,
camping.
could you push? Squad 5, Clifford, could you push straight west and help us, man? We're starting to get sporadic contacts just south of cement plant. Don't really want to lose this help.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
I mean, I'm able to need current. I'm the squad leader. Hello?
I'm gonna put another radio over here.
I can't do the lap. The AT shit. The fuck?
A heavy presence south of Mullen.
Well, let me grab this one. Rocket barrage coming in refinery camp.
Squad 7, it's all you. If we count Mullen, it's all you, bro. We're gonna stay here.
I can't really hear you guys.
Oh, Tread, what happened to Diz? Tread, you there?
Nine, do you want to join me?
Clifford, we could use like half your guys with us,
What you
man,
doing?
if that's possible.
There's vehicles up there.
Yeah.
What?
I'm rocketing. There's vehicles up there you can take.
I can take vehicle.
I'm not going to the front. I'm back here. You have to take a vehicle from
So-
the front. Idiot. Oi, Nine, you want to join me? Oi, do you want to join me? We both like one squad and we just whack the shit out of everything?
I'm just chilling, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I'm chilling too, sort of. I'm just whacking everything with
I'm just brain off
orders.
waiting for the next game.
A bloody lab was at the friggin' front at the
Enemy,
bridge.
enemy
It just
have
whacked
marked
me.
a movement, guys, straight on top of the car. Other
I
side
was
of the
like,
road.
fuck, that hurt. Damn, they took the next one. Oh shit.
Squad 5, I'm just gonna ferry some of that ammo up to the western Ave if that's cool, bro. Yeah.
Rockets coming on mortar marks at HE.
We have contacts on cement, they're inside the hub.
Rocket's hitting a tad short, they're hitting 83837 on that heli mark.
Yeah, Raj. Oh, perfecto, motherfucker! Perfecto. How many kills do you think you can get?
Not a good map for it, to be honest.
Whoa. Sound like you just fired the rocket again.
Sound load.
Fuck.
Enemies capping cement, guys. Get on cement, please.
Off to the pub. Serious. One, is that accurate for enemy hab?
Yes. I'm literally at it right now. My SL left. I don't have SL kit.
Looks like there was like 3 on cement.
Radio's on 1 observe. It's outside in moderate.
Roger, roger. One, just get cover, rockets away.
Squad 8, the IV mark is accurate. They're destroying our house up there.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. It's I couldn't get to cover. They were coming out the hab. You're hitting good though.
Yeah, Rog. Yeah, Rog. Why do I keep fucking doing that?
Of the compound.
I hear
Holding on
armor on the
space.
spawn screen. I think that's in the middle of the city. Check your map. Sorry, Clifford, check your map, guys. Friendly artillery coming in.
I have above Redfield is being lost, including the radio.
Oh! Shit. Is that one going faster? beep, 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 beep.
Lab spotted. Oh, never mind.
Mark it up. Alright.
نزلناهم وسيطرنا على كل المناطق.
Why was it quiet? Wait, Nine, what are you shooting at?
Squad 2, check your map. These are accurate infantry marks coming up, man. Vehicle down there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely down there, dude. Like, at least a squad or so.
Yep, just to your east. I'll look for this one point. Found a Logi. Marking it on the map. There's another vehicle next to it as well, Humvee.
أخذ هذا الموقع. يلا اتحرك إلى الموقع الثاني.
The tank outside our main somewhere. Doing
Outside our main?
Yeah.
I'll try and see where it is.
Got me.
Where the tank is going? Is it going north or somewhere? Or like what?
It's I can't spot it, but it's definitely towards the north side.
Alright.
Bradley coming.
Lab spotted on the main road. Turn.
What are you doing?
You're on a hab, guys. You're on a hab. Cement block.
Guys, we're gonna have F.
I'm hiding.
radio,
I'm not
Observe
going to
marker.
the front.
East. West of our main.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, tanks here.
Nine, you just got fucking one-shotted, bro. It's like, holy shit.
I was on my calculator. I'm like, oh, that sounded like a tank. I think I'm dead. Tap back in. Yep.
Kaboom!
I was going back, then I was like, I heard the tank. I'm like, oh shit, it didn't get
Why
me.
is the Abrams here? God damn it.
They must be very shitty at us.
Av's coming towards to our main. He's hit twice. Tank spotted. Exactly on 8 move. Moving towards you. 11 or 13.
Their tank's still up by our main.
He's coming
Yeah,
west.
it is. I can't say anything else because I was in the cam just then. Enemy vehicle right next to radio.
Yes. Enemy 7.
There's also nearby.
Wait. Bin chicken, it's you, pick me up. Bin chicken. Bin chicken.
Enemy on the radio, boys. Get you guys there, please.
Yeah, I remember.
Oi, that tank is so hunting us, eh? They have tanks and labs up here now, trying to get us. Or get everyone else as well as us.
Tank spotted.
Guys, we can't lose that. We can't afford to lose that hab. That radio.
I'll go rifleman. What's my rifle?
For if you go down that main road,
Bolt action.
his armor's gonna be facing towards you.
I love this stuff.
Yeah, we just got tracked.
Let's send it.
I'm like,
And so like after we're done with that,
What the fuck?
we have a drone up or quarter bike. We can ID tank. Tank is moving towards you, I think. Or
Tank's on. I'm doing the tank mark right now.
yeah, they're moving towards you for.
The tank is on eastern hab.
Return tickets.
No. I got 15 kills.
We were so close to blowing something up.
Wow, 15 kills. Just pretty good, pretty good.
Crumbling apart because she believed her entire life was a lie. This mirrors what happened to the Uchiha clan, if you can remember. They were deceived by Zetsu, who twisted their beliefs and led them to destruction. But Naruto stopped Sarada from going down that path in chapter 704, telling her that the feelings of love are why people